Members of council, I'll call this meeting to order. Today we'll start our meeting, and please join me in a moment of personal reflection, but I'm going to ask that you keep Sergeant Eric Mueller, who an OPP officer who lost his life, and his two fellow officers that were injured in an event that happened last week. Sergeant Mueller's funeral is tomorrow, and our thoughts are with his family, his friends, our police service. Please join me. Thank you. We are currently located on land which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange among the Mississauga peoples and as the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. We honor, recognize, and respect this nation and its Indigenous people as the traditional stewards of the lands and the water on which we meet today. Before I go to our clerk for today to do a roll call and explain the meeting, I'd like to just announce that Alec and his wife have had a beautiful little boy, Nathan, and he is off for a few weeks to enjoy the new member of his family. Madam Clerk, if you would do a roll call and then any directions for today's meeting.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. No special directions for today's morning. We'll start with roll call and we'll open the vote now.
Okay. So Mayor Barton is in the room, so you're here, so it's noted. Mayor Foster is in, I believe, Paducah, Tennessee, at a nuclear conference representing the region, and Councillor Miriam Pietri will join us when he can. Members of council, we have a very long agenda today. I'm going to ask that you keep to the delegations keep to the 5 minutes. We'll put that out on the floor. Mayor Carter.
Just want to say good morning.
Oh, good morning.
It's going to be a good day.
Good morning. Councillor Shahid.
Press my yes in time. I apologize for that.
Okay, the clerk has noted that. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, Madam Clerk, I don't have the online on my screen, so I'll look to you. Okay, so none online. Okay, Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a declaration on pecuniary interest on BER 06. In a broad sense in the report and the attachments on BER 06 and the Port Perry settlement area boundary insofar as it relates to BER 06 on the basis that I own property in proximity to the lands affected. It will not affect my ability to speak to the report in general. I just will not speak to influence those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Could I have that collected, please? Thank you. Are there any other declarations? Seeing none, we'll move on to presentations. Brian Bridgman, Commissioner of Planning and Economic Development, Gary Mueller, Director of Planning, and Colleen Goodchild, Manager of Policy, Planning, and Special Studies on the Envision Durham Plan. Commissioner Bridgman, when you're ready, or who will be leading? You'll be leading this? Okay, go ahead, please.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Henry and members of Regional Council. We are here today to put before you a brand new official plan for the region of Durham, which everyone has come to know as Envision Durham. It's a complete refresh of the region's current official plan, which was prepared over 30 years ago and has been amended about 200 times along the way. This new regional official plan, Envision Durham, is designed to guide the growth and change that is forecast to take place in Durham out to 2051. And you will recall hearing the figures, those forecasts being 1.3 million population and 460,000 jobs. So this new regional official plan is like your blueprint for the future. It shows where future growth should go and should not go. It outlines what types of uses should go where and at what density and scale. It sets out in policy how this growth should occur. And by that I mean the types of studies and considerations that need to take place before new development can occur. Importantly, this official plan is designed to inform Council's decision-making on future infrastructure and capital spending, things like water, sewer, roads, transit, and more. All the things that are required to accommodate growth. This new official plan is a substantial accomplishment, and you have guided its development every step of the way, from the initial policy directions to the land need scenarios to consideration of conversion requests, natural heritage and agricultural systems, and the list goes on. Envision Durham, Chair, has also had the benefit of extensive consultation with residents, stakeholders, area municipal staff, conservation authorities, and many others. So just before I turn it over to Colleen, who will speak next, I want to say that a dedicated crew of regional staff have put their all, have put their everything into this process. In particular, Gary Mueller, Colleen Goodchild, Jonah Kelly, and many other staff from the planning division that are here today. So I am so proud of the job that they've done over the past number of years, not to mention through a global pandemic and the challenge of constant changes to the provincial planning regime. You really couldn't ask for a more professional, more dedicated team of planning experts. It's been a thorough process, and now it's over to you as decision makers for your consideration and our recommendation for adoption. So those are my opening remarks, Chair Henry, and I will now ask Colleen Goodchild to continue.
Thank you, Brian, Mr. Chair, and members of council. Brian's already gone through this slide in terms of Envision Durham's putting forward our new regional official plan. The new official plan plans for fundamental change in Durham. It conforms to the existing provincial plans and does not conflict with them. It has regard for matters of provincial interest, such as protection of natural areas, orderly development, and protection of public health and safety. These matters are detailed in Section 8.1 of the covering report before you today. Envision Durham is also consistent with the existing 2020 provincial policy statement. The new official plan provides policies and directions for strengthening our communities to accommodate the needs of our aging, growing, and diverse population. It meets our obligations to address the impacts of a changing climate, as well as protection of the natural environment. It satisfies the growing demand for sustainable transportation alternatives. It also promotes the use of land in an efficient manner. It seeks to improve the viability of our rural settlements and further support our agricultural sector. It also facilitates the development of high-quality job opportunities. This process has been the subject of numerous opportunities for public input and engagement since our public launch in February of 2019. We started with our public opinion survey and then followed that up over the course of 2019 with 6 theme-based discussion papers. Our technical studies work has been undertaken over the last few years. Our proposed policy directions were released in the spring of 2021. We then brought forward a standalone amendment on protected major transit station areas that was adopted in late 2021 and forwarded along to the province. Our growth management study and land needs assessment was undertaken and then received and endorsed by council in May of last year. The natural heritage system mapping, agri-system mapping, as well as our settlement area boundary expansion mapping was consulted upon in 2022. And then lastly, our new official plan was released earlier this year. As you recall, on February 10th, we released the draft OP for public consultation. We had provided area municipal staff and provincial staff a working copy draft in December of 2022, just so that they could get a head start on their review. We then held our public meeting or public open house here right at regional headquarters out front and had about 100 attendees. And then the next day we had our public meeting here on March 7th as part of our Planning and Economic Development Committee, and we had 18 delegations. Our consultation period concluded in early April, and we have received about 725 comments across a variety of mediums. We've received over 150 written submissions from area municipalities, conservation authorities, public agencies, community organizations, consultants on behalf of property owners, and members of the public. We've also received over 300 email submissions from various campaigns that have focused on pausing the process, impacts of the release and development of the Greenbelt removals, 80 emails opposing the extension of Roslyn Road east in Oshawa to connect to Town Line Road, and then also a few more recent emails requesting that Regional Council not approve the draft OP, citing some concerns related to land inventory and undermining the affordability. We also had over 250 individual comments to our online map viewer of our regional structure map that we had available, and 49 of those were related to the Roslyn Road extension. Last week, we received a comment letter from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Staff had released a supplementary memo to respond to the ministry's comments. We did send that to council members last week, but it was also included on the council addendum that was released yesterday. There were a few key points released in the letter. The province strongly encouraged us to proceed towards consideration of the adoption of the new official plan this month, and that is what is before you today. They also had comments related to the airport MZO for the potential future Pickering Airport. The province had noted that the allocation of future population and employment for Northeast Pickering could be constrained until such time that that airport minister zoning order that currently limits development around the future airport to protect the lands would need to be amended or revoked. So this advice from the province is consistent with regional staff's position that the development in Northeast Pickering would only be able to proceed after the minister zoning order is amended or removed, and after the updated noise contour mapping reflected of the potential future airport site is undertaken. Provincial staff also suggested that the region include the lands recently removed from the Greenbelt within the urban boundary, noting that the population employment forecasts identified in the growth plan do represent minimum forecasts. Just a few reminders here that last year, Council endorsed Land Need Scenario 2A, which did include direction for an additional 2,500 hectares of land. But then also, at the end of last year, Council provided its response on the proposed amendments to the Greenbelt Plan, and that the formal position of Council was to return these lands to the Greenbelt. So the inclusion of the Cherrywood lands in particular into the urban area may necessitate the reconsideration of that or the removal of a comparable amount of lands. So we understand that the federal government is also undertaking a study of the potential impacts of removing the Greenbelt lands. So it's not yet known what the effect of that study may have on the lands. And the province, as we know, is the approval authority for our new official plan. And they are the ones that have to have the authority to determine if they're satisfied on the progressive development in the Greenbelt removal areas. So Above those reasons and the ones that were detailed in that memo that we provided to you last week, regional planning staff are unable to recommend that the greenbelt removals be included in the new urban boundary as requested at this time. The provincial letter also noted the Uxville Rural Employment Area. The province advised that the region should ensure the scope and scale of the proposed 12.5 hectare expansion to the employment area conformed to the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan and satisfied the requirements set out in the applicable sections of that Oak Ridge Moraine Plan related to permitted uses and partial servicing. So we saw that the extension of the rural employment area that we put forward is logical. It's surrounded by uses that are generally industrial in nature, as well as supports the needs, or the immediate needs rather, of existing businesses, which is consistent with the policy in the growth plan that talks about the expansion of rural employment areas. Lastly, there was comments related to the protected major transit station area for the existing Oshawa GO and VIA station in Oshawa. Our new official plan includes policies and delineations for the PMTSAs, and that formed, as I said earlier, part of our official plan amendment number 186 that was adopted by Council in December of 2021, but has not yet been approved by the Minister. So provincial staff continues to suggest that the region delineate a boundary around the existing Oshawa station, as well as assign it a density target. The existing station is unique within Durham, as it is the only PMTSA completely surrounded by existing large-scale employment uses, a railway yard, provincial highway, arterial roads, and rail lines. These conditions are unlikely to change within the foreseeable future, and due to compatibility constraints, there would be no opportunity for residential uses. So these factors, along with access and siting constraints, render a minimum density target, like the other MTSAs of 150 people jobs per hectare, as very unachievable. So provincial staff recognize that residential uses would not be appropriate for this area and have suggested that we put forward a lower density target. And I'll talk about that a little bit more later. Our outreach focused for Indigenous communities with those with traditional territories of the Williams Treaties First Nation, but we also circulated the draft official plan to other Indigenous communities upon the suggestion of the province. We proactively created opportunities to meet and share information on Envision Durham with Indigenous communities. We hosted the initial meeting with Curve Lake First Nation in the summer of 2019 and have regularly sent information forward to them for review. We've also held 5 formal touchpoint meetings with Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation and received extensive written comments on the proposed policy directions, our land needs assessment, and the draft OP. So to assist Council and members of the public in the review of the recommended regional official plan, Attachment 6 to our covering report did provide an overview of the key changes made to the recommended official plan as a result of the feedback received during the consultation exercise between February and May. It is organized for you by chapter and map. Several technical updates were done to Map 1, which is our urban and rural system, between the draft and the recommended official plan. Some key highlights of those changes are changing some of the symbology for clarity. We've made the regional corridors, for example, more of a hatching overlay so that you can see what the land use designation is underneath. We also, when there's a combined rapid transit corridor, which is Simcoe Street or Highway 2, we've just clarified the symbology for the employment designation as well. We've done some boundary updates to the special policy area for the Port Granby area, the Orono urban boundary and land use designations as part of the LPAT decision. Refinements to the airport special study area. The Pickering Urban Growth Center is slightly updated to meet the protected major transit station area limits to the south. We also refined the boundary of the hamlet of Caesarea in the township of Scugog, And lastly, the Whitby Protected Major Transit Station area did some refinements along Victoria Fields along the southern boundary. We've also done some designation refinements based on input that we've received. There are some slight changes to the Northeast Pickering Community Area Employment Area designations in the vicinity of Highway 407 and Salem Road. The Uxbridge Rural Regional Center was incorrectly going outside of the urban boundary, so that's been corrected. And then the major open space area through Oshawa Downtown Regional Center has been refined. So I spoke a lot about the existing Oshawa GO station already, but in order to satisfy the ministry's request that the Oshawa GO station come in as a delineation, we would require an amendment be put on the floor here today to direct staff to delineate the protected major transit station boundaries for the station in the official plan, and that would mean modifying not just map 1, but all of our transportation maps as well. And this work is based on extensive work that we did with City of Oshawa staff back in 2019. So we had delineated this while we were going through our MTSA work, but then decided to not put forward. We've talked to Oshawa staff and they are in agreement with this. We'd also have to request that the minister consider the approval of an alternative density target of 25 jobs per hectare as opposed to 150 people in jobs per hectare, and then explicitly say that residential uses not be permitted within this protected major transit station area. So as Brian mentioned, we as staff are now turning the process over to you, and today we are looking for you to do the following. That's detailed in the report. Adopt the new regional official plan. Declare that the new plan meets the requirements of the Act and conforms to provincial plans and policies. Direct that the notice of adoption be released within the next couple of weeks, and then authorize staff to undertake any technical housekeeping changes that may be necessary as we finalize the as-adopted version of the regional official plan. Then have the clerk submit the regional official plan with all the attachments to the ministry, and also proceed with our adopting bylaw today. So I'll now turn it over to Gary Mueller if he has any concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Chair Henry, members of Regional Council and visitors. In order to assist Council in its deliberations today, today's agenda package not only includes staff's report, the 7 recommendations, and the 1 supplementary recommendation denoted in the Commissioner's memo, it also compiles the submissions received through the Growth Management Study, dealing with settlement area boundary expansions, and the key submissions that were received since the release of the draft regional official plan in February. Staff's comments on the many submissions have been noted in the report. Colleen has provided an overview where some of the mapping refinements and changes to text have already taken place since the release of the draft regional OP in response to the many submissions received at that time. But it should also be noted that some of those who have provided input on the draft regional official plan will also appear as delegations at today's meeting. There are a number of attachments that are linked to today's report. The first is the recommended regional official plan, which is an updated graphic version that has been updated since the release of the draft in February. We note that some of the submissions may refer to some technical or mapping corrections, pointing out, for example, if a land use designation on one schedule is inconsistent with another. The completion of these types of technical or other changes will be completed and have been captured in staff's recommendations. Attachment 5 to today's report is lengthy and provides the list of submissions that were received up to the date of the release of the recommendation report. It provides staff's response to each submission. It includes comments and responses on the second phase of the growth management study pertaining to settlement area boundary expansion, and comments on the draft regional official plan released last February. In cases where changes have been made from February's draft to today's recommended plan, either as a technical change, a clarification, or an adjustment to address the comment, they have been addressed and summarized by Colleen in her presentation. So as Council is aware, additional submissions and delegations have also been included as part of Council's addendum package, which was posted yesterday. Some of the delegations are new, while others may have provided input or delegated previously to committee or Council. Based on the information received, it appears that the submissions fall into a number of different categories, which may include requests for clarification or technical adjustments to the mapping, which we can deal with as highlighted in staff's recommendations, or requests to change or reconsider the regional natural heritage system on a site-specific basis, requests to reconsider certain employment area conversion requests heard previously, or new requests for employment area conversion that were previously not considered, changes to land use designations within proposed urban expansion areas, additional settlement area boundary expansion requests, either as additional community or employment areas, or requests for changes to policy language or policy intent. Some of the changes are changes to arterial road designations within the regional transportation system, or request to reconsider the amount of urban area land being presented, or reconsider the plan altogether. In closing, all submissions received have been considered by staff. All points of view have been heard. Attachment 5 outlines how every single submission has been addressed. Although staff may not have agreed with every submission or point of view, they have been carefully considered. The plan before you represents our best work from report preparation, research, by reflecting Council's previous decisions, making opportunities for a considerable amount of input on the way, and developing a comprehensive land use plan to guide the growth and change that is coming to Durham. Staff are available and are in attendance today to assist, clarify, and to answer any questions the Council may have, and any changes to the plan that are decided upon by Council today will be incorporated into the recommended regional official plan that will in turn be sent to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for its decision. Thank you, Chair Henry.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Questions to the presentation only? Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. My camera is on, but it's not showing me. It's only showing my background. But it is on, as you requested.
Continue.
Thank you. My apologies. I wanted to be there in person. I don't know if you can tell by my voice. I've come down with something, so out of abundance of caution, I stayed away today. Is the report on the floor, Chair? Or is this just questions on the presentation?
Questions to the presentation only.
Thank you. Two things. One, slide 8, I believe, Ms. Goodchild. First, thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you so much, Gary, staff, everybody, for all your hard work. This has been a long, long time coming, and there's a lot of great stuff in this regional official plan that's going to help move the region forward. On slide 8, you talked about, and this refers back to Mr. Bridgen's memo from Friday, the inclusion of a further 1,823 hectares of urban area land would either necessitate Council's reconsideration, one, of scenario 2A, and alternatively the removal of comparable amount of settlement area boundary expansion, which you don't support, and I agree. But my question is, in other regions, the province has just added this in when the official plan is put to them, which would result in us opening up almost 17,000 acres in the region of Durham. Can you comment on that, please?
Mr. Bridgman.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'll start, and Mayor Collier. So it's my understanding in other parts of the GTHA where the province has approved these other greenbelt takeouts, it's been in the context of the province approving these other upper tier plans. So as Colleen mentioned, after Regional Council adopts this Envision Durham plan, it will go to the province for approval, and if the province saw fit to include the greenbelt removals into an urban area, then that's certainly their prerogative to do so, but we're not recommending it for the time being.
Understood. I'm wondering how that would affect us moving forward. As you said in your memo on Friday, if these lands are included, that makes the region responsible for servicing and long-term capital planning. What would that do to us moving forward with this regional plan that now has an overabundance of land we're going to have to service?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I think there's a few things there. I think that one of the things that we anticipate post-approval of Envision Durham is a greater need on our part to carefully monitor what takes place on the ground, so that council, in making its decisions on servicing, can do so in a very deliberate and thoughtful way. In terms of these, I'll just single out the Cherrywood lands. It is being noted that there are discussions that have been taking place around that, but I couldn't really speculate too much on that, other than to say that the region is trying to work with the province and the landowners to understand what, if any, the financial impacts might be, but it's being put out as an operating principle that there ought not to be any financial impact on the region, the regional taxpayer, or nothing that would prevent developments that are in the pipeline already from proceeding.
Okay. If the province did put the lands in, which I fully expect them to do, is there anything, would it not be better for us today to put them in, and at least then we can put some sort of framework in place where, certain percentages of one area may need to be developed before another area can be opened up? We're not trying to service multiple areas, multiple large expansions all at once. Like, it would at least keep control here with us.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, would it be better? I think that we've been guided by a methodology, a land needs methodology provided to us by the province. The lands are not needed, in our view, to accommodate the forecasts to 2051. So from that standpoint, I think I couldn't get to the point of saying it would be better to do that.
Okay, I just am thinking from a control perspective. If they've asked us to do it, I'm pretty sure they're going to do it, and I think they'll do it without conditions. And I just thought it might be better if we did it and we're able to put in conditions. I want to switch gears and talk about MTSAs for a second, and I understand what was said in the presentation about Oshawa and having residential not suitable, but for the others, MTSAs are designed to be high density, close proximity to transit, and have less parking, I would assume. Does it make sense for us to still have height and parking restrictions in these MTSA areas? Does that not undermine what we're trying to do as far as increased density and growth?
Mr. Bridgman?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. And if I can start just by saying, Mayor Collier, the section that pertains to MTSA does not have specific height limits or specific parking requirements. It provides some guidance to sort of be able to, that individual municipalities can, in their plans and documents, can put in further refinements to suit their local circumstances. So I think if, in terms of the policies as they are now, they're good in the sense that it allows each municipality to plan for their individual context. But perhaps, Colleen, if you could maybe just elaborate on that idea.
Sure. I think I saw Gary actually note that he may want to jump in. So go ahead, Gary.
Thank you. And through the chair, in relation to height limitations, each MTSA is different. Some MTSAs, like the one in Ajax, the context is it is adjacent to a large natural feature. It's adjacent to an industrial area. So constraints as it may, with regard to height limits, for example, might not be the same as they might be perhaps within a built-up residential context where sensitivity to surrounding neighborhoods might be of greater concern. So I think the policies allow themselves to be tailored to local contexts and local situations so that the area municipalities can do their detailed planning. In terms of parking requirements, the policies of the plan speak to limiting parking, looking at parking in a way to encourage reduced parking standards. If an area municipality decides that a reduced parking standard can be 0, that is a reduced parking standard and meets the intent of the policy. In other jurisdictions, that that reduced standard might be different. So I don't believe there is anything within the plan currently that precludes the town from wanting to undertake its own aspirations or objectives with regard to more intensive urban development within its MTSA.
Okay, and thank you for that explanation. That does help because you are correct. Ours is 25 in Ajax, 25 stories, and that was set in our official plan maybe 20 years ago. You would probably know, you were there. And that probably isn't applicable today, but what I'm finding is staff are, hesitant, and I think it just kind of undermines what we are trying to do with these expansions. But I appreciate your answer to my questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions to the presentation? Councillor Yamada?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation today. I had an opportunity to be on planning over the last 4 years to see the work that's gone out into this plan. My question pertains around the Minister's zoning orders you were speaking about and the constraints pertaining to Northeast Pickering. When you say there are constraints, can you sort of elaborate that and help me understand what type of timing that would sort of look like in terms of being able to start development in that area?
Sure, thank
Thank
you.
you, Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the existing airport zoning order limits any sort of development and needs permission through the province. So even if it is a expansion to an existing agricultural building or whatnot, they do need to be consulted. Any changes that would allow for more development of that would need to amend or revoke the minister's zoning order. But we see that that work can proceed at the same time as some of the more detailed planning is occurring for Northeast Pickering. So I don't think I could put a specific time period there, but I think that there's a recognition that our 2051 urban expansion areas are beyond the next 10 years. There's sufficient land, and we kind of mentioned this in the official plan, but also in our covering report, that the focus is on some of those areas that we have under development right now, like our intensification areas like Brooklyn, Columbus, Kedron, etc. But at the same time, we need to start doing some of the detailed planning to eventually move into the urban expansion areas. So I think there's enough, pardon the pun, runway to be able to look at that and what the implications of amending or revoking in certain areas, the airport MZO, for development within Northeast Pickering.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Watt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to you, Colleen. Just a quick question. On page 11 of 14, the map 1 regional structure, could you just expand on or explain the boundary update for the hamlet of Caesarea, please?
Certainly. This was a cartography, through you, Mr. Chair, bit of a cartography challenge where we grabbed the deferral area of the hamlet of Caesarea that is in the Scugog official plan, but is not approved or in force. So we have brought it back to what's in force at this time, which is the narrow area, 2 areas.
So the rest is still in a deferral and so on as was reflected in the Township of Scugog plan. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. Just because there is no policy remaining in the Greenbelt plan to permit the rounding out of the hamlets.
Right.
And we have addressed that within our submissions table.
Okay, thank you. That's what I kind of understood, but just wanted clarity. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Pickles?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I know Mr. Bridgman has recognized that this has been years and years and years of work to get us here, so thank you for that. Just a couple questions following up on your presentation. There was the reference to a number of technical issues and addressing some mapping inconsistencies and whatnot could be done even after we approve the Envision Durham, that can be done afterwards. So there's a number of correspondence from different representatives that we're seeking some changes to designations, and I'll just concentrate on small ones. and they spoke to Seaton and in the Kinsale area. So some of the correspondence is here, and so are you able to address some of those, or is there a limit to what you can address following today?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. The ones that we were speaking about related to technical were there was a part of a table missing from the draft to the final, the population employment. We'll then put that back in. There was a, on map 1, we show the Curtis major transit station area boundary, but the transportation maps unfortunately didn't show the expansion of it. We'll do that. There was one of the delegations, I think, that spoke today, and we also responded in the submission table, had concerns related to the natural heritage system, and that may be the one that you're speaking of. That's really a refinement that can be done at later stages of the study as opposed to a technical refinement here. I think that the whole scale changes of redesignating in certain areas, that really would come forward here as a motion.
Okay. I mean, some of them are very small, some of the ones in Kinsale. So if someone's looking for a very minor adjustment, is that something you can work with on an ongoing basis, or is it sort of a hard line there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think if it's, making sure it goes to a property boundary or some of the interpretation policies we already have in our plan related to where the definition between different land use designations are, perhaps, but if it is really a change of intent of what the plan is expected to achieve, then it would be more than a technical amendment.
Okay.
Technical housekeeping change.
I did see a piece of correspondence in my own email from the Big Larry group, and I saw a date of May 12th on it. I don't think it's in your correspondence here. Or have you seen that one?
Through you, Mr. Chair, are you referring to the request to redesignate from employment area to community area at Highway 7 and Lake Ridge Road?
Yes.
So that's covered in the addendum, or at least before you as part of an addendum, and I believe a delegation today. But that is quite a larger change in my opinion, and that would have to come forward as a motion.
Okay. Last question, and my colleague spoke about the MZOs in Pickering. So my understanding is immediately east of I'll call them the designated airport lands, I'm sure there's a better name than that, and to where we're suggesting the lands be included within the urban area. So that area has been described as kind of in limbo, and I think you spoke to the fact that you can't make any changes to that until there's a decision on an airport or until the federal or provincial governments make changes to their MZOs. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll start. We did have a submission from a property owner within the area that's outside of the airport special study area in the federal lands, but also outside of the Greenbelt, and it's designated prime agricultural area in our plan. Our thought was that this area should be looked at cohesively in the future if and when a decision is made on the airport of what types of uses could go there. That adding in, about 390 acres of land would, in my opinion, be a motion that would need to come forward to designate for something.
So I guess my question is, I mean, from the residents' perspective, it's kind of been in limbo for 51 years now because no decision has been made on an airport, and I don't know whether one will be made in the next couple of years or the next 10 years. Is there not a designation or a form of development that could take place on there, so bring it into the urban area and take place, that wouldn't infringe a potential airport use down the road? We know what airports don't like. They don't like they don't like tall buildings. They don't like things that attract geese. Or other birds. So is there not, did we not consider making some designation on those properties that wouldn't be incompatible with an airport as opposed to waiting for a decision on an airport that we don't know when and if it's going to come?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the submission did propose employment area type uses, which again could be put forward into our official plan, but any sort of development would then have to be within an amendment to the minister's zoning order to permit those types of uses to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McCaughey.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation today, and really appreciate all the work that's gone into it thus far. Just a brief question with regards to our historical downtowns and the intensification targets that are being, addressed through this. There's a concern locally where we have we're actually undergoing a study in Whitby right now to look at that, what our historical downtown intensification looks like, and I believe that there's concern that we will lose the ability to have that say locally, where we can accommodate the intensification, around the downtown, but we really want to maintain control of that heritage downtown so that we have the ability to preserve that for future generations. So I'm just wondering if you can give comment on whether, there would be an appetite to put some stronger wording in to allow the local municipalities to have that sort of say.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So downtown Whitby is a regional center along our rapid transit corridor. So it does have a minimum density target assigned to it. But the policies within our strategic growth areas section of the official plan were amended slightly based on the comments that we received from the town of Whitby to talk about the ability to not only define minimum heights in some areas as appropriate, but maximum heights as well, and the consideration of built-in cultural heritage playing into it. The concerns of the town are related to the historic downtown. The 150 people and jobs per hectare for that area is focused only on the intensification area and not into the Warden District and some of the other historic pieces that the town would like to protect. And this type of density can be achieved without going to even a high rise or a tower. Mid-rise will really bump that up. We think that there is sufficient language in the regional plan to allow the town of Whitby to implement at the local level what they want to do to put forward in that area.
So just through you, Chair, I guess the concern would be if it was challenged, and where we would sit with a tribunal if it was challenged at any point. And I think that that's the concern that our local staff have, and I think that they've had a look around the region, and Clarington would be in a very similar situation. And it's just the concern is you have applications come in if it's more than you really have the appetite to accommodate for, that you would have a hard leg to stand on if it goes to tribunal. So I guess the concern is looking for a little more stronger support for the local municipality decision in that. Not that we're not going to hit those targets, because we do have the ability to hit those targets, but to have the more flexibility for the local tier to be able to design the downtown the way they want to. So.
Right. Through you, Mr. Chair, I think as staff, we do feel that there is sufficient flexibility there. I don't know if I can comment on the one application because I believe it's subject to an ongoing OLT hearing, so we don't want to get stray into that. But I think that we sat down with Town of Whitby staff and went through the idea of an alternative target there and what that could do for other areas. Could it water down the strategic growth areas policies as a whole for the entire region? And what we had put forward, again, as I was saying, was not only the ability to do minimum heights, but maximum, because I think that's one of the big concerns in the core four corners, and that protection of built heritage. And I believe it's there for you to enough policy teeth to grab onto to move forward with that application and others in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report and all the hard work. I'm obviously new to council this term and wasn't here previously for a lot of the discussions to formulate this plan. I don't think the idea of a regional official plan is new. I think we've had them before. My question is with regards to Scugog in particular, from 2004 till now, we've had population decline. Will this plan set up, not to mention in Scugog, we're struggling to cover our bills to support our own roads at the local level, based off the taxes we collect from our residents. Will this plan set up a scenario in Scugog such that we have an environment where we will no longer see population decline, and the rapid population aging that we're seeing in Scugog will be able to attract those young families that we need to sustain, that are employers that hopefully maybe one day might actually, in the last 40 some odd years, haven't come to the industrial park. Will we be setting it into a scenario up where the employers will come, the families will come, where we can provide for ourselves on our own taxes? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the regional official plan sets that context, and some of the work that we did through the growth management study is starting to show population per unit increases in Durham region, and also the ability to have more dense forms of development in the appropriate context for Port Perry. So I'm not sure if Brian or Gary wants to add anything related to the employment piece or the affordability piece, but I'll look over to the other side of the room.
Thank you, Colleen. The regional official plan does forecast growth for the township of Scugog. The manner by which that growth does occur is something that does become the decisions of those constructing or developing within the township. You do rightly point out that with an aging population, there will be turnover, and growth of new families and things like that can be anticipated within the township going forward, certainly within the 30-year horizon of this plan. So yes, there is forecasted growth that is anticipated to occur within the township, and we'll be closely monitoring those levels of growth in light of the various servicing and other matters that need to be considered when monitoring these things.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, that exhausts my request for speaking. So we'll move on to delegations. But before we start with delegations, members of council, it's my intent to break at 11:15 for 15 minutes, and then again at 1 o'clock for an hour for lunch, and we'll worry about a break later in the afternoon. We have a number of delegations. First delegation is Mr. Grant Morris, Planning and Development Consultant with Grant Morris and Associates. Good morning. Just wait 1 second. Your microphone will be turned on for you. And sir, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I am the Planning and Development Consultant for the Mount Estates, located at 3580 Audley Road. Part of it is in Kinsale, and part of it is just outside Kinsale. The new regional official plan has designated the entire area as urban, but they have placed a natural heritage system designation over the entire property. Now, we have done a number of studies on this, and we've spent over 2 years on this, and we've done a survey of all the trees, environmental study, floodplain study, an arborist report. And the only natural heritage system is one small area along the frontage of Audley Road. We've asked the region to remove that designation because we don't want to go through a lot of unnecessary meetings with staff to have it removed later. As I said, we are satisfied with the designation, but it's just the natural heritage system. So we'll ask council to remove that for us. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris. Questions to Mr. Morris? Mayor Ash?
Welcome, Doctor.
Mr. Mayor.
Have you had a response from staff in regards to you've had a request, you've had a decision, have you gone back and forth? Has there been any further dialogue between planning staff and your client done by yourself?
I have presented a document to regional staff, and they said that they would leave it up to the local municipality. But I'm a little concerned that someone may look at that and decide that they want to put us to go through the entire process again.
Okay.
We are also making an application to the municipality, the city of Pickering, for a pre-consultation meeting, and we are hoping that some of these things will be dealt with. We've already spoken with Cloca, and they have given us their comments.
Great. Thank you, Grant.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pickles?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is, I think Mayor Ash and I hit the button at about the same time, so similar question. But Mr. Morris, thanks for being out here today. I asked a question earlier of staff, and they said a number of technical issues could be addressed by the region and or the lower tier municipalities following the adoption of the regional official plan. Is it your understanding that this is one such item that could be dealt with following the adoption of the plan?
Yes, it could be.
Okay.
But I was told that they were not prepared to make that change at this time. That's the region.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, online, your request to speak? Okay, that exhausts the speakers list on 5.1. Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, 5.2, Mr. Don Given, Malone Given Parsons, re-employment conversion request for the lands known as 1520, 1540, and 5080 Reach Road. Mr. Given? Mr. Given? Okay. Good morning,
Use this slide presentation.
we can hear you.
What I would prefer to do is refer you to my correspondence at 631 of your documentation in the correspondence.
Okay.
It's a letter that council can read at their will. As I said earlier, I don't want to drag this out. The main request that we are making is to ask you to consider the decision by the council of this municipality to convert the lands, 40 hectares of them, on Reach Street, to allow them to have a residential opportunity, but also to maintain an opportunity to have employment lands, which balances their growth, as you've heard from others, that is an interest that they have. This seems to be a local matter. I don't think it's a regional issue. I would ask that you support the council's decision, recognizing that it's their community and that they think they know best what should happen in their community. When I look at the documentation that's been presented, it's been acknowledged by your staff that there's not a need for the land for employment purposes within the horizon that we're talking about. If that is the case, then I think the door is open to make this decision and support the local municipality's decision. Mr. Chairman, good luck for the rest of the day. I thank you for letting me speak to you.
Thank you. Don't leave. Questions to Mr. Given? Okay, seeing none online and none in the box. Thank you very much, Mr. Given. Next, we have Peter Cohen, Whitby resident, to speak to the regional official plan. Good morning and welcome. When you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Awesome. You can hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, staff, members of council. My name is Peter Cohen, and I'm a business student at Durham College and a youth organizer with Climate Justice Durham. I'm here today as a concerned citizen to speak about the draft regional official plan. Now, the first red flag that I've noticed is that on pages 22 and 25, the draft official plan demonstrates support for an airport on federal lands in Pickering. Now, not only has there been long-standing opposition to this idea by community groups and farmers, but Pickering Council has recently also voted to oppose the airport. Unless Regional Council plans to push for the airport without the consent of the lower tier municipality, the airport really should be struck from the, not included within the plan. We also have a cost issue. Thanks to the provincial government's elimination of development charges, the cost of building infrastructure for new communities will no longer be paid for by developers. The region's draft plan expands our urban boundaries and lets developers build on previously undeveloped land where infrastructure is missing or inadequate, instead of within our current urban boundaries and within the service range of existing structures. That means that a lot more infrastructure will need to be built, which now means a lot more expenses directly on the taxpayer. Council needs to reconsider its decision to expand urban boundaries in this new context of taxpayers having to foot the bill. Regarding the green development standards for the efficiency of new builds, page 40 of the report of the plan refers to the standards as encouraged rather than required. This is an issue of quality of life. I would like to have faith that most of the developers would not leave us with low quality builds with poor energy efficiency. But when it comes to our quality of life, the incentives, encouragement, and faith are insufficient for ensuring public safety. Now, sections 3.2 and 3.3 outline the region's climate goals, including aiming for net zero emissions by 2050 and building complete communities. None of these promises are achievable under scenario 2.A. Sprawl is not compatible with the idea of complete communities. The more spread out people are, the harder it becomes to provide efficient and timely public transit, and the less feasible active transportation comes. This leaves the majority of residents reliant on cars, whether they want to be or not. Intensification is significantly more cost effective and allows us to build truly complete communities with better connectivity and much lower emissions per capita. The other issue is that the supply will not match the demand. We have a young population, most of whom don't want and can't afford large single-family detached homes, and an aging population, many of whom will want to downsize. Additionally, the majority of ordinary Durham residents who have participated in this process have plainly stated that they are in favor of emphasizing medium and high density builds. Now, the people that you will hear from today, whatever may be implied or whatever has been implied about us, we are not out of touch environmentalists. We are not getting paid for our time to be here. We live here. We are here because we will be deeply affected by this plan. We're the ones who provide the demand, and we don't want what you're offering. Supply is only half of the equation. Supply without demand is called waste. Finally, this whole process has felt like a bit of a train wreck. The region spent an extensive amount of time developing this plan and did extensive consultations with stakeholders on those 5 official land use scenarios. But the scenario that got chosen didn't even go through the consultation process. It wasn't commented on directly by constituents. It wasn't developed as staff, it was created by developers. So what was the point of those 2 years of work, where staff spent their time carefully crafting scenarios and calculating the impact on our communities? What was the point of all that consultation? Does this council not respect the time of their constituents? My suggestion is that you either make it clear that the consultation process is just a formality, or actually use the results of that public consultation and take that input into account in a meaningful way. Now, to reiterate, my 6 concerns are: 1, that the inclusion of the airport idea in the draft plan is not compatible with public and council input. The fact that the plan does not consider the new cost to taxpayers thanks to provincial legislation, that the green development standards are encouraged rather than required, that a sprawling plan puts the region's climate commitments out of reach, that proposed supply doesn't match demand, and finally, the choice of build's land use scenario disrespects constituents' input and the time spent on consultations. I can only conclude that the current draft official plan is not what Durham needs. As a young person, this document will shape my community and my future, so I implore you to take a second look at it and alter it to better serve Durham. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you. Questions to the delegation? Councillor Neal. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
So in other words, a previous, what I'm hearing today from you as a young person in this community, a previous decision made a year ago precludes everything that has been done since then, or can you please, and I didn't vote for that scenario, by the way, so I'm asking.
Councillor Neal, it's just a question, please.
Yeah, well, I'm getting there, Mr. Chair. Just relax. It's going to be a long day. So just getting there, as a young person, could you please extrapolate a bit more in regards to that previous decision made a year ago? Thank you.
Right. So when a decision is made on a poor foundation, it compromises the whole process. And I don't think the region should go forward with a compromised decision made on that poor foundation. We are looking at a plan that will shape our region for decades in the future. And so I don't think we should rush into this on that poor foundation.
Seeing no other comments, thank you for your presentation. Councillor Neal, I run the meeting. You'll follow the rules. Councillor Neal, there's no debate here. Councillor Neal? Councillor Neal, there is no debate. Councillor Neal, you have the right to ask a question to the issue. You're on notice. Councillor Neal. Councillor Neal. The meeting will be much shorter today if we follow the rules. Okay. Elsie Howell on behalf of Fieldgate. When you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I do have a presentation. Are you able to pull that up? Perfect.
It's on the screen. Yes, go ahead, please.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, Regional Chair and Council. My name is Elise Hallwell, and I'm a planner at Malone Gibbon Parsons, representing Fieldgate Developments, who own the land at 6483 and 6523 Country Lane in the town of Whitby. I'm here today to request that Council redesignate Fieldgate's lands along with the remainder of the employment lands located north of Highway 407 between Country Lane and Cochrane Street as community area. Next slide, please. We previously submitted requests for these lands to be redesignated as community area at the public meeting on March 7th. Since then, we have reviewed the recommended regional official plan and the responses from staff regarding our request. However, we continue to request that our clients' lands and the other employment lands north of the 407 be redesignated as community areas as shown on this slide. Next slide, please. Fieldgate submitted a draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment application last year for the lands immediately north of these employment lands, which contemplates low, medium, and high density residential uses, parks, and schools in accordance with the approved Brooklyn Secondary Plan. Since the employment lands are adjacent to the planned residential community to the north, and there's a natural heritage system to the east and the west, these lands are limited in size and isolated, which impacts the function of these lands for employment uses. They would be more appropriately designated as community area to provide a logical extension of the planned residential uses to accommodate the projected Durham population in 2051 and would allow for the potential for a mix of uses. This is an excerpt from the Council endorsed comprehensive block plan for the North Brooklyn community. As you can see, these employment lands do not have optimal access to Highway 407. Although there is a proposed interchange at the 407 and Cochrane Street, this interchange does not provide direct access to the employment area and would require trucks and goods movement to use the street network through the planned residential neighborhood to the north to access these employment lands. Additionally, Highway 407 is below the grade of the property, which limits the visibility of these lands from the highway. Lastly, the province has released a proposed provincial planning statement and changes to the Planning Act, which includes an update to the employment areas definition, which essentially limits the uses in employment areas to include manufacturing, research and development, warehousing, goods movements, associated retail and office, and ancillary facilities. And it explicitly excludes institutional and commercial uses, including retail and office not associated with the primary employment use. These employment lands are not suitably sized or located for such heavy industrial uses, given its proximity to sensitive land uses, including residential and schools, as shown on this slide. Other employment uses, such as retail and office uses, do not meet the proposed definition for employment area under the proposed PPS and should not be designated as such in the regional official plan. They would be more appropriately designated as community area to accommodate a mix of uses, including residential, commercial, and retail uses. Based on these reasons, it is our opinion that these employment areas located north of Highway 407 would be more appropriately designated as community area. Thank you for your consideration, and I would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Questions to Ms. Hallwell, sorry. Seeing none, thank you. Members of council,
Thank you.
We'll move on to item 5.5. Mr. Corey, you're on the agenda at 5.5 and 5.8. I'm going to give you 5 minutes on 5.5, then I'll allow you to do 5.8, and then we'll go back to the agenda. Mr. Corey, when you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's good to see you again. And I'd like to first say that I'm very excited and very happy to see this official plan coming forward. It has been a long time coming. It's something that I really thank your staff for all their hard work, both in preparing the official plan as well as responding to many of the questions, comments, and inputs that everyone has put in, including ourselves. Firstly, I'm here before you today to speak on behalf again of the Northeast Pickering Landowners Group. By way of introduction as well, my name is Matthew Corey. I'm a principal with the land use planning firm Malone Given Parsons, and I'm here before you as a professional planner providing input into the official plan. If we go to the next slide, please. We had previously made a delegation and requested that the region consider reallocating employment and community uses in the proposed Northeast Pickering land use structure. This slide shows you in the hatched areas. This is the blue with the white with the yellow hatching, the areas that we would propose and think should be going from employment to living area, and especially on the south side of the 407. The areas in yellow with the blue hatching that should be going to an employment area. The primary reason for this request is to reallocate employment south of the 407 and really allow a limitation of uses for employment, which are now, as Ms. Holwell discussed, by the new PPS and the direction the province is heading in, focused a lot more on higher intensity employment uses, more uses that would always require and typically need a separation from more sensitive uses such as living area, residential, schools, parks, those kinds of things. The focus, correctly so, and we strongly support regional staff's allocation and designation on 7th Concession Road of a regional corridor and a regional center, which is in that red hatching. The location of that there is an excellent location on 7th Concession. It allows for the continuity along Columbus Road through the region of a regional transit corridor. And we really believe that putting employment uses next to that may impact and negatively influence the ability to provide mixed use and transit-oriented development. So just as regional staff had made a change just to the south of that regional center, as you can see south of that big circle, to remove some employment land, we're asking for similar changes to make a consistent level of employment north of the 407, which also allows for the creation of a service road. If we go to the next slide, please. So this shows on the schedules the requested change that we're asking council to consider prior to final adoption of the official plan. On the left image, you see the redesignation from employment to community, and the corollary on the south from living area, community area to employment area. Also, the Northeast Pickering Landowners Group had made comments and had provided extensive environmental information and study work showing what a natural heritage system and where the extent of natural features are on their lands. That is shown in the light green on the image on the right. We're also requesting that the natural heritage system that we had provided information onto the region be incorporated and used as the delineation of the natural heritage system on the regional OP maps prior to adoption. And if council could consider that as a last change as well, that would be much appreciated. Next slide, please. So just to summarize our comments, and we did provide a letter, and it's in the correspondence before council. We are asking for those map changes to the regional official plan. We're also asking that a couple of policy changes be made, specifically the official plan requirements for secondary plan areas generally, and in specific to Northeast Pickering, are outlined in the official plan. We're asking that council amend the official plan to align the requirements for secondary plan policies and studies and requirements for the secondary plan itself to align with the already underway and undertaken secondary plan by the city of Pickering. And then lastly, there is a number of changes that we're asking for through the policy set,
You
but
must
I can
wrap
best
up, please.
summarize them. Okay, Mr. Chair. Last thing on this, where there are a number of changes we're asking for that where we would like to see some of the language softened, especially to reflect the directions of the new provincial policy statement. We're asking for a number of changes in that regard, mainly from going from requirements and must-dos to should or encourages, and especially anything that is required prior to development, we believe
Mr. Corey, your time is up.
is a difficult. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions, members of council, to item 5.5? Madam Clerk, I see none. We'll move on. Mr. Corey, you're now on item 5.8 on behalf of the Brooklyn Development General Partners. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if the clerk could please put up the presentation we have for that. I will be briefer on that one, Mr. Chair. Less to cover here. So we were talking about Brooklyn Development General Partnerships lands at the northeast corner of Cochrane and 407. That's outlined here. In the area you see in the cross hatching right at the corner is the area of which we're asking to have council's consideration to redesignate from employment to community area. Next slide, please. To note that area, and that's shown on the regional map 1 on the left image in front of you, is about 6 hectares in size. Brook Valley, who's the parent company, also owns property at 412 at Lake Ridge and Roslyn. That is identified in the red outline on the right image. That area is proposed to be added as employment area, and is the equivalent in size, essentially. It's actually slightly bigger, slightly more than 6 hectares. So generally speaking, specific to this ask, there's a direct replacement of employment land from one to the next. Next slide, please. What you have before you here is the draft approved plan of subdivision for these lands. Whitby has been proceeding with the Brooklyn area to give draft plan approvals. When the draft plan has been approved, you can see here the area of employment. And the one thing I would direct council's attention to, there is only one road which you can access all of this employment area through. And that requires that any truck traffic, any employment traffic has to traverse through a whole area of residential subdivision and growth to get to that area, not least of which as well, if any of those employment areas were to develop as any kind of heavy industrial or other uses, there would be significant problems and separation distance issues with the residential uses. So this is something that is a bit dear to my heart. I've been asking for reconsideration of this since 2009. And you can see now with the draft plans being approved, what an issue it is to have an employment area of this small nature, isolated and poor access. And that is why essentially we're asking this be reconsidered as employment area and go to living area. Next slide, please. I believe that's the last one. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm here to answer any questions. Happy to see you proceed with the OP today, and happy to answer any questions, of course, that council has for me today.
Thank you. Members of council, questions to Mr. Corey? Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Corey, and through you to Mr. Corey, just to be certain, we didn't see a slide up on the screen to show the other piece of property, but in essence, you're asking to basically flip these two in terms of their designation. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Kerr, in essence, the region's adding the additional employment land on my client's other lands, and they're the equivalent of in size. That's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions? Madam Clerk, seeing none, we will move on. Thank you. We're now on.
Thank you.
5.6. Ms. Linda Gasser, Whitby resident on the Durham Region Official Plan. Ms. Gasser, when you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I won't be able to read through all of my delegation because after reading the commissioner's memo yesterday, I've made some substantial changes, but I will read out parts of it. During the previous OP review, which was around the early 2000s, the provincial Liberal government at the time was determined to curb sprawl across the Greater Golden Horseshoe and reined in some of Durham Region Council's excesses at that time. But then, as now, staff released discussion papers and reports, and then as now, the council of the day took an axe to their best work and supported unnecessary sprawl. In August 2021, your planning staff wrote in section 1.5 of their report 2021 Info 89, and I'm quoting now, only the land necessary to achieve the 2051 growth plan forecasts can be included within an urban boundary. It is not permissible to designate more land than can be justified by the analysis, unquote. Section 1.17 of that same report described BUILD's request to review various study inputs and their request that the region revisit its current analysis and that, quote, that a market-based supply of housing be delivered, unquote. Who else got that kind of access? Ignoring staff advice and ignoring the planning staff recommendation, on May 3rd, 2022 at Planning Committee, Whitby's Steve Yamada moved a motion to support the BUILD Lobby Group Scenario 2A, which neither staff nor the public reviewed, to unnecessarily expand Durham's urban boundaries by more than 9,000 acres. On May 25th, via a 16-11 vote, the majority of Durham Council supported the Build 2A scenario. That vote signaled that Council wasn't committed to building livable communities, nor to building affordable housing, nor to the long-term viability of agriculture in the 5 lakeshore municipalities. Most of your settlement area boundary expansions are in agricultural areas. Agriculture is a major economic contributor to Ontario and Durham. A vital agri-food sector is essential to our well-being and survival. Agricultural lands are a finite and shrinking resource. The most fertile soils and some of the best growing conditions are found south of the Oakridges Moraine in the 5 lakeshore municipalities. It is Council's responsibility to support a thriving and diverse agricultural industry across Durham Region, not just in the 3 northern municipalities. It is your job to support policies and plans so that agricultural products and food can be grown over the long term, close to markets and local consumers. On April 6th, the Ford government released 3 environmental registry notices that propose to do away with the growth plan and the provincial policy statement, which underpin the recommended Durham official plan. Someone decided that the staff's analysis and recommendations would go before a planning committee on June the 6th, which is too late to inform Council today about the significance of the proposed changes and how these could impact the recommended Durham official plan. After reading Commissioner Bridgman's May 12th memo, which I just saw last night, and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing letter, I revised my closing comments and I conclude with this. Councillors' previous statements about wanting to get the Durham official plan done quickly so that you could be masters of your own destiny were fantasy at best. Municipalities are creatures of the province. The Ford government likes to wield their big hammer often and hard. Recall that you could have considered the potential impacts of the Greenbelt carve-outs on the official plan had you supported the March 1st motion to request a staff report, which the commissioner said could have been brought to an April COW meeting. So what council must decide is this: are you willing to do the province's dirty work for them, or will you take the time to thoroughly consider the impacts of the ministry's letter and those of Bill 97 and the related environmental registry notices on the Durham official plan? That is my last sentence. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions to Ms. Gasser? Councillor Yamada?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the delegate. Ms. Gasser, do you live in a house single detached? Yes or no?
I live in a single detached 800 square foot small bungalow.
So that's a yes. You live
I've
in a
just
single
told you, I
detached
live in a
home.
small bungalow.
Do you think
Yeah.
other people should have that same opportunity? Yes or no?
Councillor Yamada?
It's a fair question. Do you think other
When
residents?
I was I'm sorry, we don't play the yes or no game.
I'm
When
asking
I
you a
was
yes or
looking
no
for a
question. Do
house,
you think that other
when
people
I
should
was
have the
looking for
opportunity to
houses,
live in a house?
Sorry.
Yes or no?
Sorry, I'm going to stop this. This isn't to get into a debate with the presentation. This was to her delegation. Nowhere in her delegation did she mention her own home.
Well,
So,
she referenced
Councillor
the.
Yamada, I understand.
She referenced 2A, Mr. Chair, and I
But
think
the rules are questions to the delegation.
that was a question.
The question is to what she delegated.
She talked about 2A, and this is
Councillor,
pertaining to 2A.
We're not going to go back and forth today. It'll be a very long day. Do you have a question related to her delegation?
I'm just looking for a yes or no answer.
Okay, we'll move on. Do you have another question?
Ms. Gasser, do you feel that scenario 1 would have been fair? Because that was part of the this report. That was part of the information that was presented to staff. That was part of the consultation process. So I do think when people are coming to delegate to this council and they may be accused of not proper consultation, do you feel that scenario 1 would have been a better choice? Yes or no?
no.
Thank you.
All right.
Scenario 5 was the best choice.
Ms. Gasser, thank you. Any other questions to the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move on. 5.7, Mr. Abdullah Mir, Pickering resident. Mr. Mir, you're on the line, or are you in the room? Virtual? He's connected. Just give us a moment, members of council. We just lost him. Madam Clerk, we'll come back to him. We'll go to next, and we'll go to 5.9. Laura LaBelle Pantazlopoulos. Thank you. I'll try. On behalf of the owners of 3450 Highway 7. Virtual. Okay.
I think you might be muted. You just need to make sure your microphone button is gray. If it's red, it means that it's off. And you just need to request to speak, the largest button on the bottom middle.
Okay, thank you.
Me now?
Yes, could you please say your name for us?
Laura LaBelle Pantazopoulos.
It was a great effort, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. When you're ready, please start. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Laura LaBelle Pantazopoulos, and I am a planner at the Biglieri Group, representing our client, the owners of 3450 Highway 7 East in the city of Pickering. For context, these lands are those mentioned earlier in the meeting by Councillor Pickles, and were also included in the first request, the first delegation by Mr. Corey. Next slide, please. The site in question is located at the northwest corner of Lake Ridge Road and Highway 7. Next slide, please. In the recommended Durham official plan, the site is currently being proposed as within the 2051 urban expansion areas, as well as within the employment areas. We have found from our analysis that these lands are not particularly suitable as employment areas, and recommend that they be reconsidered. Next slide, please. Instead, we propose that this site and the surrounding lands outlined in red, which are south of Highway 407 and west of Lake Ridge Road, be designated as community areas in the new Durham Regional Official Plan. Next slide, please. Here's a closer look at these lands, which we refer to as the Southwest Lake Ridge Employment Lands, outlined in purple. And you can see that west of this area, community areas are proposed, and east of Lake Ridge Road, there is further larger employment areas being proposed. Next slide, please. There are several reasons we find these lands would be more suitable as community areas. One is the policy direction of the draft provincial planning statement released this year, which, as mentioned by some of the other delegates, defines employment areas to include more intensive employment uses, and includes a new policy 2.8.1.2, which directs for employment uses that could be located adjacent to sensitive land uses without adverse effects to be located outside of employment areas. So that is essentially directing that only more intensive employment uses, which cannot be located adjacent to sensitive land uses, including residential uses, be located within employment areas. Given this policy direction, D6 guidelines for minimum distance separations would apply to the uses on this site, which could range from 20 to a 300-meter strip of land abutting the proposed community area to the west. So on this concept drawing here, you can see we've shown the most likely 70-meter minimum distance separation for a Class 2 industrial use, and the impacts to these lands, which are relatively narrow. So these lands would be limited for employment uses, and significantly reduced the usable area. If instead they were designated as community areas, Lake Ridge Road would act as a natural transition from the community areas to the west and the more extensive employment areas to the east, resulting in a more optimal use of the lands. Additionally, we've overlaid the natural heritage on the lands, as well as the interchange area, which further limits the land's usability. Next slide, please. We also considered regional comments regarding the suitability of lands as employment areas. So one comment in staff report info 91 mentions that employment areas have been distributed along Highway 407 and clustered at future interchanges. You can see the majority of these lands are not in proximity to Highway 407 or highway interchange, and those that are in proximity to Highway 407 would be continuing a trend of community areas along Highway 407 on that stretch. We also saw some comments from the early release of the decision meeting report today, where it mentions that lands well suitable for employment uses are large, contiguous, and relatively free of environmental constraints, which we agree with. You'll notice that these lands outlined in red are narrower and more limited in size than the other employment areas proposed in the Northeast Pickering urban area. And they are not contiguous as they are separated by Lake Ridge Road from the larger employment mass, and also include significant natural heritage system features. So for the reasons provided here, as well as in our letter, which we provided to council regarding land use compatibility and other limitations of this site for employment uses, we request that the subject site and adjacent proposed employment areas shown outlined in red which are west of Lake Ridge Road and south of Highway 407, be designated community areas. Next slide, please.
You must wrap up, please.
We would just like to thank regional staff for all their hard work on this, and please feel free to direct any questions towards me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Councillor Brenner?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to Laura, can you expand a little bit about what you would see, your client would see being done on the community use if in fact they were successful in getting that conversion?
I don't think there are any plans underway at the moment. I can't speak to that, but obviously it would include, mixed community uses, including those, possibly those office and employment uses that should not be included in employment areas, but I cannot speak to that at the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of council with questions? Councillor Pickles?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just trying to flip back to the previous presentation we had from Mr. Corey. So is your proposed change consistent with his proposed change? I was just trying to compare that on the map.
Yes, it is in fact consistent with Mr. Corey's requested change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any others? Seeing none, thank you for your delegation today. Next is...
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I can only see it when it pops on screen. I apologize. She may be gone now.
Point of order, just a point of order or point of clarification, but I think it's more a point of order. Everything that is being submitted this morning, is there a potential to have it identified like on a bigger global looking map so we have a full understanding of these conversions that are being asked for?
Okay, so it's really not a point of order. It's
Well,
you have a question to
I have
our
a question to I have a question to staff, but there's a lot that's coming down the pipeline here, and it's not showing the big picture.
Mr. Bridgman, is it possible?
Mr. Chair, we don't have that. We can sort of discuss at the break if there's anything we can do. So the short answer is we'll have to talk amongst ourselves to see what we could pull together.
I appreciate the levity in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Then we will go back to item 5.7. Mr. Abdullah Mir, he's a Pickering resident. When you're ready, sir, can you have 5 minutes.
Hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you? Okay, awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologies, I couldn't be there in person. I just had oral surgery, but thank you for the opportunity. My name is Abdullah Mir. I'm a 30 years old resident of Pickering and Ward 1. I've been here before. I was here a few months ago to delegate on the Envision Durham process because I felt too much land was being made available for development encroaching upon our green spaces. I mentioned at the time I felt that the unnecessary development of our pristine and heritage lands is a short-sighted idea. And just as the decisions of the past got us to this point, the decisions of today will have an indelible impact on the future that many of my generation will have to live and contend with. I expressed that we must make sustainable and responsible decisions that balance the needs and wants of today without borrowing or taking from our future.
Sorry, Mr. Murr.
Little was done on that front. Apparently, a lot of unnecessary land is still being made available.
Mr. Murr? Mr. Murr.
Yes?
I'm going to ask you to turn your camera off. The quality of sound coming into the chambers is not very good, so I'll restart the clock. And when you're ready.
How's that?
It seems to be better. Go ahead.
Okay. Did you want me to start over?
No, you can start where you stopped. Where I stopped.
Okay, all right. Today I'm back here and I'm disappointed that I feel that little was done on that front and little has changed in the final version of the Durham Region official plan. And it's apparent that a lot of unnecessary land is still being made available for development. And I say this with all due respect to the hard work of the planning staff, who, by the way, recommended scenario 4 of the LNA as previously mentioned. This plan is gearing up to be a multi-generational failure of epic proportions, the brunt of which will be felt and lived through by myself and members of my generation. Granted, we're not the largest demographic, nor are we the largest voting bloc right now, but that will change one day. And it's really disappointing that regional council, particularly those voting in favor of this flawed plan, are heavily weighing the short-term benefits of development over the long-term success and survival of our region. In particular, I want to address the proposed development plans in Northeast Pickering. The plan proposes to open up large parts of the Carruthers Creek headwaters for development in Pickering. The urban boundary expansion, the pushing of new housing and employment zones into the White Belt lands is unnecessary to achieve our growth plans and targets. Additionally, with respect to the airport, it is apparent and evident that the majority of the residents of the city of Pickering do not support the construction of an airport on federal land. This issue has been studied endlessly, including a new study that is in the works right now. But routinely and repeatedly, this issue has faced strong opposition from most of the residents of Pickering over the past half century. It has been shown time and again that there is no business case for this airport, that its construction would necessitate the destruction of prime agricultural land with little commensurate economic benefits to the surrounding communities. I'm disappointed in Durham Regional Council's position on building the airport on the federal lands in Pickering, and I request that Council please reconsider as indicated in the Durham Region official plan. As the envisioned Durham process comes to a close, this isn't the end, but really only the beginning. Know that by voting to pass this plan, you as elected representatives, I don't believe you are voting in the best interests, the short-term, but particularly the long-term best interests of the residents of Durham Region. Your actions leave much to be desired, and I'm hopeful and urge regional council members to reconsider passing this plan. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, questions? Madam Clerk, none online? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Murr. Members of council.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you. I said we'd break at 11:15 for 15 minutes. I'm looking for a motion to recess, moved by Councillor Miriam Pietri, seconded by Councillor Shahid, that we will reconvene at 11:30. Madam Clerk, it's a little bit longer than 15 minutes. I'll call the vote now. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We're in recess. Members of council and staff, I'd like you to take your seats, please. Okay. Madam Clerk, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. I'm going to ask for a roll call, please. Madam Clerk, we have quorum. Members of council, we'll go back into our agenda. Next on the list is 5.10, Jade Schofield, Clarington resident. Madam Clerk, online or? They're online. Okay.
Confirming you can hear me?
We can hear you, and when you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, Chair Henry and members of council. Really appreciate you taking the time to hear from me today. I am here to highlight my concerns on the draft official plan and its misalignment with council decisions and directions that have previously been put in place. I think many of you know me as a sustainability professional, and I want to highlight that my comments today not only address environmental concern, but they also address economic and social concern, the three circles of sustainability. From an economic perspective, my concerns for the draft official plan is that the alignment with the growth of the Durham region's economic sector being a key driver in Durham is not reflected in the draft official plan. Currently, more than $350 million come from the region of Durham's to form Ontario's total farm production. It is home to 1,200 farms with a total farmland of 264,000 acres. The goal within the official plan is to retain and expand local food businesses within the region. However, the official plan contradicts this notion and instead requires at current 9,000 acres of farmland and natural heritage features to be removed from the production of this economic sector. Using the average statistics, that is not a lands are the highest crop producers within the region would at a minimum cause an economic definition of $6.8 million per year, a 3.4% decrease in the agriculture sector's economic benefit. And as a result, the draft official plan itself is in contradiction. This land removal does not align with the key goals highlighted in 6.1.1 to 6.1.4, the agriculture policy directions. I'd like to bring second to your attention the social impacts of the draft official plan. We've heard loud and clear that sprawl does not allow for an equitable, complete community to be formed. Through Bill 23, the region itself touted that it will see a shortfall of $281 million, which funds key services to allow for complete, equitable, and safe communities. These losses do not even account for the local level impacts of DC removals. So sprawl is going to cost the individual taxpayer more, pushing us all out of affordable homes and making it all us more expensive to live within our community, while also reducing the amenities that we need to thrive and sustain ourselves. Sprawl promotes car dependency. Cars are expensive, and by not promoting intensification, we are putting ourselves in a situation where we have no option but to rely on car and private car transportation systems. Sprawl does not support complete and compact homes, allowing us to walk to local amenities or access local amenities that offer high services to everybody, not just in certain pockets of our communities. And then the other highlight is sprawl requires additional servicing. which of course is now going to be required to be funded off of the tax base. And finally, I'd be amiss if I didn't highlight the impacts to the environment. This council declared climate change an emergency in 2020. I'm pretty confident that majority of these council members really declared this emergency with the intention of it not just being lip service, but for this to be a core direction for the entire region to start focusing on. Through this declaration, you committed to more resilient infrastructure communities, more resilient natural systems, in order to strive and attain a community-wide goal of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2045. This draft official plan does not even come close to be achieved. There are no goals embedded for community-based greenhouse gas reduction targets, only corporate emission targets for the region itself. Sprawl is highlighted in some of the most sensitive areas for downstream flooding. You look at the Carruthers headwaters, you look at the growth around the Whitby area, to name a few.
You must wrap up, please.
And you just need to review the Durham Adaptation Plan, Ajax Resilient Plan, and Climate Emergency Response Plan to see that professional staff are going against what is being recommended in this policy. So as a result, I strongly encourage Council to send this draft OP back to reconsider to
You
ensure
must wrap
alignment
up, please.
with decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Online? Seeing none. Thank you for your presentation. Next, 5.11, Elizabeth Stocking on behalf of the National Farmers Union.
Good morning. Just a quick question. How many people here, by a show of hands, live and work on a farm? That's why I'm here today as a farmer from the Uxbridge area to raise the voices of farmers that are deeply concerned about the path Durham Region is putting itself on. You have in your correspondence package this morning our letter from the National Farmers Union, Ontario, and I want to draw your attention to some key paragraphs. Paragraph 3, Durham Regional Council's 2022 approval to convert approximately 9,000 acres of greenfield and Class 1 to 3 prime agricultural lands into low and medium density suburban development projects under what has become known as the Build Scenario 2A runs counter to the actual sustainable vision of Durham's proposed ROP. Developing on these lands will make it impossible for Durham to meet its sustainability goals and its laudable aim to hit net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Paragraph 4, we agree with Stop Sprawl Durham that Build Scenario 2A will prove costly for taxpayers as it will be expensive to build and maintain infrastructure far from pre-existing urban areas. The loss of agricultural land, clean watersheds, forest cover, wetlands, natural habitats, wildlife, and open space will have a negative on public health and endangered and threatened species. Paving over Durham farmland is short-sighted and will have disastrous consequences for residents and will contribute to the destruction of the region's remaining natural areas. Paragraph 6, Envision Durham correctly acknowledges that Class 1 to 3 prime agricultural lands are a finite, non-renewable resource. The ROP's supposed central objectives are to protect farmland, to ensure communities are more resilient to the impacts of a changing climate, and I quote that, and to design policies and make decisions that, quote, enhance the long-term viability and productivity of agriculture for future generations. Paragraph 7, however, by opening up 9,000 acres of greenfield and farmland to development, Build Scenario 2A contravenes this council's policy. Paragraph 10. Finally, the NFUO has to ask, do Durham Regional Councillors really believe that paving over irreplaceable farmland is necessary to support the demand of affordable housing? A recent report by Kevin Eby provides compelling evidence that there is plenty of land within the upper and single-tier municipalities within the Greater Golden Horseshoe to support an increase in housing unit capacity. Paragraph 11. It is not too late to envision a Durham that protects the proposed 9,000 acres of farmland slated for development while still incentivizing affordable housing developments within existing urban boundaries and close to pre-existing services and infrastructure. It is possible to champion both affordable housing and sustainable local agriculture. Local members of the National Farmers Union will be happy to work with you towards these ends. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. That is the first step. The second step is for you to take the recommendations of all of us here today very seriously and to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we have questions. So first in the request box is Councillor Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Stocking, for coming out today. Now, in regards to what your presentation was about, there's different classes of farmland.
Yes.
So to pave over some classes, could you just expand on that if you could?
Mm-hmm.
Thank
I'm
you.
part of the Farmland Committee for the National Farmers Union, and we were requested to provide a map of the area of Class 1, Class A farmland, because apparently the rumor is none of it is Class A. I believe 90% of it is Class A.
Okay. Councillor Brenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the delegation. Can you expand a little bit more about the makeup of the National Farmers Union and its relationship with the Ontario Federation of Agriculture?
So in Ontario, there are 3 agricultural organizations that farmers need to be members of to have your FBR status through Agricor. So there is the Ontario, there's the National Farmers Union, Christian Farmers Union, and the Ontario, I've forgotten the acronym for it. And so we are part, the National Farmers Union Ontario is part of the broad Farmers Union of NFU National, which is across all of Canada. So we are one of the 3 member organizations.
Would you happen to know what the membership would be across Durham Region in the union?
I know that in my local, which it covers Durham and covers all the way up to Kawartha Lakes, that we number over 100 farms in our local.
Thank you so much, and thank you for appearing, and thank you for your very positive comments today as well.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. None online. Okay, that is all of the questions. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to 5.12. Sharam Amani, Durham resident. Online. Look to Roger. Okay. Madam Clerk, can you give directions to how to turn his device on? Oh, go ahead.
So you just need to press the middle button at the bottom of your screen. It will light up green.
There we go. Thank you. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
And
Hello.
Hello, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I have a slide that's up. My name is Shram Amami. I'm speaking on behalf of all the property owners, including myself, in the 350 or so block of white belt lands between Highway 7, Sideline 16, Sideline 14, and Concession Road 7. All the property owners in this area have endorsed our collective position, which I'm here to discuss, and have also submitted in writing in the addendum. The request is to include this block of land into the urban boundary as employment. In their new draft official plan, the Durham region has stated it wants to keep this block of land in limbo, open quotes, until such time that the final federal decision to build an airport is made, close quotes. Since it's been 51 years already, it is possible it could be any arbitrary number of additional years or decades before the federal government decides, one way or another. We cannot rebuild our homes, invest in our lands, or do anything meaningful that requires planning. As per the official plan in both the draft and current versions, the area that is officially supposed to stay in limbo for an airport is identified as Special Study Area 1. Although near it, our lands are not located within the boundaries of this area. The airport lands proper start to the west of Brock Road, north of Highway 7. Additionally, the government-owned block of land between Brock Road to the west and Sideline 16 to the east was meant as a buffer zone for the airport, and this area is the one corresponding to the Special Study Area 1. The Special Study Area 1 lands were expropriated to serve their purpose, but our lands were not. We believe if the federal government had thought our lands were of consequential significance to an airport, they would have expropriated them when they did all the other lands they needed. In comparison, over 8,000 acres of lands in the very close area known as Varane are slated to enter the urban boundary, a fair portion of it into employment. Our lands have just as much better access to services as those and have better transportation access, since those lands do not have direct ramps to Highway 407 and ours do. Just a second, please. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Romani? Please continue.
Okay. As another comparison, immediately next to our block, south of Highway 407, we are witnessing the building of sensitive uses, residential homes, right up to the edge of Highway 407. I'm not here to argue whether an airport is a good idea or not. The issue has been the source of much politics and controversy. Just in the last month, the Pickering City Council voted for the city not to be host for an airport. A private group of farm tenants and several environmental groups continue fighting the idea of an airport. Additionally, the federal minister of transportation recently stated the government had no plans to build an airport in the short term, and he added perhaps not even in the long term, while announcing another years-long study. With climate change now a central issue for the federal government, it is quite likely that the study will produce the same conclusion as previous studies, which was indeterminate, resulting in no action. We feel unnecessarily sandwiched between those interested in an airport and those not, and we have no control over the matter. It is not fair to us and our lands that we have become casualties of this decades-long back and forth. Most of the residents in this block are not engaging in growing crops or agriculture as defined by Agricorp. We believe our lands as employment would be of much better benefit to the rapidly growing population of the Seton area, Pickering, and the entire GTA. Currently, there are significant shortages of land for transportation-related uses in the GTA. If an airport eventually does come, these uses would be compatible or easily convertible at that time. If the lands are supposed to sit in limbo, why can't they sit in limbo with transportation-related uses that would be more compatible with an airport anyway? We are not asking for community or housing or other sensitive uses. we repeat our request that these lands be brought into the urban boundary with the designation of employment for uses that would be compatible with a future airport.
You must
Thank
wrap
you.
up.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Questions from members of council? Councillor Brenner?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the delegation, for geographic, can you please reconfirm that the areas that you're discussing, those would be, if I'm correct, west of Brock Road?
No, they would be east of Brock Road.
So you're talking east of Brock Road.
Mm-hmm. They would be east of, the boundaries are sideline 16 to the west, sideline 14 to the east, concession road 7 to the north, and highway 7 to the south.
I can see that on my screen now. So you would be you're slightly west of the Northeast Pickering proposed Verrain. Would that be correct?
Correct. We are removed by essentially 2 blocks of land. That area starts on West Knee Road, which is on the other side of a block of Greenbelt, which is between sideline 14 and West Knee Road.
In terms of infrastructure, from where you're located currently, where would you see the infrastructure hookups, to the west or coming through the east?
I would see, I'm not sure if you're referring to water or sewage, because all the other
water
services
sewage.
are present
No,
there.
you are correct. Water sewage, correct.
Okay. They could be coming from the south or from the west, because rather from the east, because if the services are being brought to the area known as Bahrain, then it's a very short distance from there to this area as well. And now they're being brought up to Brock Road and Highway 47, whereas I mentioned residential homes are being built right up to the edge of the highway just south of us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That exhausts the request to speak. So thank you very much, and we'll now move on to 5.13. Ian Bowie, Durham resident.
I had submitted a presentation. I don't know if that's available.
Yeah, the presentation is here, and you just might want to bend your microphone up a little bit, and when you're ready, please start.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Council. I wanted to talk about the expansion plan for Roslyn Road going east of Ritson. It's currently planned to go from the current 2 to 3 lanes to being 4 to 5 lanes. The issue with this is that at the western terminus, where it meets Ritson, it becomes a 4-lane road with heavily access on both sides, and Ritson itself is a 4-lane road. And when you look at it overall, you can see that take that slide out, sorry. You can see that there's a bottleneck that reduces that capacity. Like physically, cars can't use that at a 5-lane road capacity. In addition to that, the center area between Wilson and Center Park is also a 4-lane road that's going to be heavily accessed on the south end by residential and by communities to the north end on 2 connecting roads. So again, you have a lot of turning left motions in that section. That's going to reduce the capacity in that core. So the 5-lane on either side of that is always going to be over capacity, and that creates an issue around speeding and pedestrian safety, along with other car users' safety. An overcapacity road is a road that cars are going to go faster on. It's how you drive. Alternatively, and what I'm suggesting, is a 3-lane road configuration. A 3-lane road is going to hold 20,000 users a day in accordance with the U.S. Department of Transport. It's going to be safer for pedestrians. It makes it easier to cross the road. When you look in the neighborhood context, you can see that the terrace development is a high-density area. To the east, you have several sets of condominiums. Overall, it's a medium to high-density neighborhood, which has a local shopping center and direct access to the Harmony Creek Trail. It's heavily used by pedestrians, by bikers, by walkers. Creating this network is something that the region can continue to invest in. to increase that usage, whereas the current plan deleverages your current investments in things like the Harmony Creek Trail and instead encourages those people to drive because it's now more dangerous to walk. Looking at some of the examples here, the bus stop directly across near Harmony at Gledfern and the Harmony Creek Co-op, to try and use this bus stop on the other side while crossing out the nearest set of lights would add 350 meters to your walk. Looking at the end of Terrace Drive, which again, very large development, trying to use the nearest set of lights would again add 500 meters to your walk if you wanted to cross the road to do that safely, which means these pedestrians are going to have to cross a 5-lane road or else they're going to take a car. There's really very little reality where they are walking that route. I have communicated with Barry Hudson, who's the senior project coordinator. We have gone back and forth. I agree with him that the current design isn't safe and is under capacity. The difference is, as far as I'm aware, there's been no study around a 3-lane option. There's been no information that has been made available around the current usage, what the average daily usage is, if it requires that big a jump. But the change from a 2-lane to a 3-lane road, according to the U.S. Department of Transportation, is 10,000 cars a day to 20. That's doubling the capacity, and it's doing it at a much lower cost. The current configuration, the current plan requires rebuilding a full bridge, requires 2 culverts being reconstructed, which is not only millions of dollars when compared at least to the Columbus 2 development, but is also going to shut down the road and add construction and congestion time. This alternative can be done literally next week using a line painting crew. If we look at the current configuration of the road, it is over 10 meters wide at all points. If we look at intersections like where it approaches Central Park, you can see a 3rd turning lane is added for these intersections without any widening of the road. A 3rd lane can be supplied at the moment using existing resources for thousands of dollars instead of the millions spent on the alternative. It'll increase capacity, it creates a safer environment for all users, and most important, well, maybe not most importantly, but it allows for an emergency route for emergency vehicles trying to pass. It encompasses all of the goals of the current project at a fraction of the cost and hitting those safety goals better. In addition to that, as we heard at the beginning of this presentation, probably the item of biggest pushback received on the environment or in the Envision Durham plan is the extension of Roslyn going through to Town Line and its impact on the Harmony Creek conservation area. Not widening the road would signal intention by the region to continue reviewing its interaction with Roslyn and how it wants to treat it. The region of Durham is not, as far as I'm aware, undergoing any form of road diet or identifying any locations where they are overcapacity. And instead, in my opinion, they're adding additional overcapacity where, physically speaking, cars can't use that width. And in a way that's going to increase the region's costs in the long term and the short term, and in a way that will reduce safety. That's everything I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the delegation? Online? No?
All right. And I suppose I should just tack on, if I may, Mr. Chair. What I would request is a motion to study or do a road test on that section, not to cancel the current project, but simply a motion that does that 3rd lane using a line painting crew and then studies the impact and whether that meets the traffic requirements.
Okay,
Thank you.
We'll now move on to item 5.14. Shalipi Safra Itterlinden, the Bigularity Group, on behalf of the owners of 1501 and 1541 Scugog Line. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, wonderful. Good morning, Regional Chair and Council. My name is Shilpi Saraf Outerlinden, and I'm a planner with the Bigularity Group. I am here on behalf of the owners of 1501 and 1541 Scugog Line 6 in the Township of Port Perry, requesting Council support for an employment land conversion for a portion of the property in the new Durham Region Official Plan. An employment land conversion request was submitted to Durham Region, as were comments to the draft Regional Official Plan during the commenting period. Next slide, please. The site is within the Port Perry urban area on the west end of Port Perry and is on the north side of Scugog Line 6. There are existing employment uses to the west, and environmental lands run along the east side of the property and bisect the site. There is a residential neighborhood also to the east, and commercial uses to the south. With respect to the policy context, the site is designated employment areas in the draft Durham Regional OP. It is further designated Prestige Industrial and General Industrial in the Township of Scugog's official plan. The site is currently vacant and fully serviced. Being between existing employment, residential, and commercial uses, the site is well poised for future development. Next slide, please. It is the owner's ultimate objective to develop the subject site for both employment and residential uses. To achieve this, an employment lands conversion is required to facilitate residential development within the eastern portion of the site adjacent to those environmental lands. The employment land conversion proposes redesignation of the eastern portion of the site to residential per the Township of Scugog official plan, and the inclusion of the site in the community areas designation per the Durham Region official plan, the proposed Durham Region official plan. These designations are better suited to the lands in proximity to the environmental lands and the residential developments to the east and south of the site. The western portion of the site will be maintained as employment lands, with Prestige Employment proposed to act as a transition from the existing industrial uses to the west and the proposed residential lands. A conceptual development plan has been prepared, showing the transition of Prestige Employment in red and the residential in yellow. Now, per the Durham Region Growth Management Study that reviewed the municipal growth allocations and land needs to the year 2051, there is an oversupply of 122 hectares of employment lands that will not be developed to 2051. Employment lands do generally take longer to develop, but if there aren't adequate residential lands as a foundation to support the employment lands, employment growth may actually stagnate. Without additional residential lands, such as those proposed by the conversion, there may not be enough residential lands by 2051, making it more challenging to support employment growth. With Port Perry, a rural settlement in the Greenbelt, settlement area boundary expansions are very limited. This is an opportunity to increase serviced residential land supply within the existing urban area boundary. Per the Durham Region Growth Management Study, the township is anticipated to grow at an annual population rate of 1% over the next 30 years, from 2021 to 2051, which is higher than the annual growth rate experienced over the most recent 15-year census period, 2006 to 2021. Furthermore, Scugog is anticipated to add 100 additional housing units annually over the 2021 to 2051 period, which is nearly 3 times the annual housing added over the 2006 to 2021 period, which averaged 40 units annually. The employment lands conversion contributes to the achievement of additional housing units by increasing the range of housing options and tenures in the township. Next slide, please. The subject site is appropriately situated for a conversion as it enables a broader range of transitional land uses as it backs onto the adjacent environmental area with existing residential neighborhoods to the east and commercial uses to the south. The western portion of the subject site will maintain employment areas with the Prestige Employment uses buffering the existing industrial uses to the west, as I've earlier noted. The Prestige Employment lands offer an opportunity for a greater density of jobs to help achieve the region's overall target of 28 jobs per gross hectare, resulting in a net benefit gained. Next slide, please. I would like to conclude my delegation by reiterating my request for council support of an employment lands conversion for the eastern portion of the subject site, located at 1501 and 1541 Scugog Line 6 in the township of Port Perry. I would like to end by thanking staff for their immense efforts on reviewing and providing comments on the new Durham Region official plan and the preparation of the recommendations report. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, members of council? Mayor Watt.
Thank you, Chair Henry, and through you to the presenter. Is this the same property that you presented to council on April 3rd?
It is indeed.
And was it supported by Scugog Council at that time?
It was not. It was deferred.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Pickles.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to. I'm not familiar with this request, but if I'm looking at the 2 slides that show the the configuration or layout,
Mhm.
are they intended to be both the same, or am I supposed to be seeing a change on there?
Sorry, sorry, through the chair, could you please repeat the question?
Well, I guess it's slide 3 and 4. One says proposed employment lands conversion, and the other says proposed employment lands conversion. But I guess I was looking for a before and after, or are the maps
I
supposed to
see.
show the change? They're exactly the same.
Through the chair, no, they were intended to be the same. It was a continuation of the one slide into the next.
Okay,
Um,
so you don't have the land, the recommended land designation, you only have the proposed.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll move on to 5.15. Alexis Whalen on behalf of Stop the Sprawl Durham.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Perfect.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks for your attention today. My name is Alexis Whalen, and I'm representing Stop Sprawl Durham. I'm a Pickering homeowner, taxpayer, and voter. But more importantly, I grew up swimming in the cool, clean waters of West Duffins Creek, and I work hard to ensure my generation is not the last to have that opportunity. At Stop Sprawl Durham, our coalition of concerned citizens was formed to advance a conversation around the benefits of density, to help convince our neighbors and networks that intensification is not a bad word, and in turn, to resist the push to sprawl into farmland and natural heritage areas. At our core is the understanding that the White Belt is an integral part of the Ontario agricultural system and a grand opportunity to accelerate carbon sequestration. The White Belt is not a blank slate awaiting rooftops and pavement. Our clear requests for municipal government are on the front page of our website for all to see. Safe, walkable, bikeable communities, growing inward first, using current growth areas efficiently, improving transit, building affordable housing where a car-free lifestyle is an option, protecting and improving the health of our lakes and rivers, preventing our tree canopy from being compromised, conserving farmland for food and carbon sequestration, protecting us all from flooding and climate disasters, and helping us prepare for a net zero carbon world. Today, I'm here to ask you to reject the massive quantity of urban expansion proposed in this official plan. Why? Because sprawl undermines complete communities and will not help advance the healthy priorities we advocate for, and you do too. If you need a new reason to justify sober second thoughts about this quantity of urban expansion, it's the province's newly proposed Bill 97, which once again changes the rules of the game for you and your planning teams. If the official plan is approved as is today, and as exemplified by how vulnerable some of you are to developer-affiliated dollars, Durham is on track to have sprawl take it all in short order. Bill knows that Bill 97 contains a provision to expand urban boundaries without a municipal comprehensive review. They're primed to take more. Do you understand truly the implications of that? The floodgates will be wide open. You can safely reject the 9,000-acre push outwards, keep the urban boundary intact for now, and Bill 97 should give you the opportunity to do incremental assessments and expand in more smaller iterative amounts that are responsive to forecasts and finances. And dare I add, responsive to progress on admissions targets. Recall in the submission summary that you've received, it states, staff do not expect any of the urban expansion areas to develop before 2031. Therefore, you have time to refine this. You have plenty of land already designated, plus you have new greenbelt parcels that Queen's Park dumped in your lap to sort out. And in late-breaking news, you now have a new letter from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and a memo from Chief Planner Bridgman to consider today. Let's be real. If sprawl was working for us, taxes would be lower, homes would already be more affordable, and traffic wouldn't be a constant topic of conversation and grievance. That's not what's playing out, and you know it. We have encouraged a lot of letter writing to you, and some of you have replied graciously. Others have fought back with mistruths and spin. Many of you have justified using this amount of White Belt because the prime farmland is owned by speculators who seem owed for their turn to develop. You are not responsible for the maximization of their profits. You are responsible to the constituents who elected you. You are also responsible for the region's low carbon pathway, which is advanced by keeping communities compact and increasing the number of carbon sinks within our region. Farmland can help us with that under the right stewardship. Our last point is this. The province is bullying municipalities, and we have a sense of what the cost of those bullying tactics are going to be. Within this building, there's been lots of hand-wringing, but you're not doing anything impactful to push back. Stop sitting here and shrugging your shoulders and allowing yourself to be pushed around by a set of people who are not honoring the needs of your constituents. You were not elected by Minister Clark and Premier Ford. You were elected by us. You do not need to accept this colossal amount of land for a type of growth that will bankrupt our future and lock in harmful impacts. It's time to do something more impactful and make life more affordable for the people you care about. Put us first. Please stand up. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? First in the request box is Councillor Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Whalen, for appearing today. Were you in the room when you heard Ms. Stocking talk on behalf of the National Farmers Union?
I was.
And are you in agreement pretty well with what her statements were?
I am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor or Mayor Ash.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Ms. Whalen. Ms. Whalen, you're obviously an articulate, strong advocate for your position, and you follow Pickering politics. Would you agree that the last municipal election, the main issue was people against intensification and 75 condos along Kingston Road rather than potential choice in housing in the White Belt area?
I will agree that there were some very heated conversations surrounding intensification in Pickering. This is the fundamental background to the existence of Stop Sprawl Durham. We are partners in educating neighbors in mature communities around the benefits of gentle intensification. We are not immune to the understanding that your lives are made difficult when constituents feel threatened by change in their mature neighborhoods. We're deeply empathetic to the fact that when people feel that their homes are under threat, that they pick up the phone and call you. What is missing, or has been somewhat missing to date, has been a fulsome conversation around how we can all gain from expanding in a moderate way the number of people in our mature neighborhoods, how we can expand local businesses, how we can get more walkable, rollable, safe options by inviting missing middle, gentle density, and I learned a new one yesterday, missing little, into our neighborhoods. So I do agree that there has been some really strong dialogue around towers, and that's not what we're advocating for, but we're advocating for a sensible conversation about all of it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. I see no more requests, so thank you for being here today. Members of council, we'll move on to 5.16. Kathleen Folliot, a Whitby resident. Good afternoon and welcome. When you're ready, please start and you have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, hello. Just under a year ago, Brian Bridgman stood before the region's Planning and Economic Development Committee to formally present the Envision Durham Plan and its recommended approach to how and where our region would grow. After 3 years of planning, studies, and seeking input, the staff recommended Scenario 4 would have pursued an intensification-first approach to development and city building, one that essentially followed municipal best practice in terms of land and infrastructure use, that would move the region towards creating healthier, more complete communities, and that would be a step forward in meeting our region's climate emergency commitments to protect our economy, our ecosystems, and our communities from climate change. All the best intentions behind Envision Durham were corrupted the moment Whitby Regional Councillor Steve Yamadas pulled out of his hat an entirely new land use scenario that had not been studied or presented to the public. Mr. Yamada's scenario was aptly dubbed the build scenario, as it spelled out the wishes of the build developer lobby group rather than the needs and wishes of our region. This scenario would open up more than 9,000 acres of agricultural and natural heritage land for development, regardless of the fact that the region indicated we have enough land within our urban boundaries to accommodate new growth. Somehow, Regional Council voted for the build scenario and went against the professional opinion of staff, 3 regional advisory committees, expert submissions, and public input. Ironically, regional councillors from my own municipality of Whitby voted for the land grab that would benefit Pickering and cost Whitby taxpayers. But all taxpayers in the region would be burdened with the cost of unnecessarily sprawling out. Since that vote, Envision Durham the whole process has been a farce. Everything the Envision Durham team planned to create was made impossible to achieve by the land grab endorsed by council. Each chapter of the draft official plan starts out with aspirational talk that can't become reality if this council rubber stamps inefficient and costly sprawl. When the 4,700 acres of the Greenbelt draft lands are added to this total, and these additional lands need to be considered, our region is going to be burdened with the costs of supporting a total of 14,000 acres of growth. Taxpayers are the ones who will suffer as a result of this land grab. We need leadership from this council to stop unnecessary sprawl and to plan for healthy, thriving, complete, and sustainable communities. If passed, this draft official plan invites more cars, pollution, flood risks, car dependency, dangerous streets, GHG emissions, unaffordable housing, and higher costs, as well as less farmland to feed us and less natural heritage to clean our air and water. Last year, Mr. Bridgman stated, Durham's future will not be the same as its past. This will be especially true if Regional Council acquiesces to develop a request rather than the best interests of our community. This draft official plan should not be passed as is. As Planning Director Gary Mueller stated, the build scenario land grab around this plan is based, quote, is not workable and will, quote, adversely affect strategic principles and priorities. Beyond the land grab, there is the issue of the plan claiming to support and protect the region's agricultural sector while its policies do the opposite. Then there is the inclusion of plans for an airport in Pickering that residents and now Pickering Council have clearly said they do not want. Plans for an airport that is not wanted should not be in the official plan. Today, you have an opportunity to fix the colossal mistake that was made last May when Regional Council voted in favor of developer interests. Now that the latest IPCC report has amplified its call for urgent, significant GHG reductions, that Pickering has clearly stated it does not want an airport, and that provincial policy is on its way to being virtually non-existent, it is more important than ever that our region fixes our official plan so that it is based on climate action, current regional facts, and smart land use policy. I urge you to vote against this plan and to take the time to revise it to ensure that we sustainably use the land we have to grow active communities that are more affordable, that are climate friendly, that protect our health and biodiversity, and that support local agriculture and small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the delegation? None online. Okay, seeing none, thank you for being here today. Next is 5.17, Joseph Caruso, Durham resident, is talking to the 2005 Greenland Act. Mr. Caruso? Good afternoon. Sorry, we'll try this again. Good afternoon. Can you hear? Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, you're.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Sorry. Yeah. Mr. Caruso, I will turn your microphone on from here, so you don't have to push the speak button. We'll try that. Can you hear? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. I apologize in advance because I don't think I have enough time to go over everything here in the delegation, but I sincerely hope you read it. What I wrote, I researched because it is dear. It's near and dear to my heart. So I do not pretend to know everything, but I do know that we need to listen to the scientific findings and rational planners that utilize a science-based approach to make practical decisions. We also need to consult with the Indigenous people. A greedy, careless, complacent, or Dunning-Kruger attitude is not acceptable when we are dealing with, whether we like it or not, an existential crisis to our long-term survival as a species from the decisions we make right now. Scientists from the Bulletin of Atomic Energy and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, including a consensus of almost 100% of scientists around the world, agree that human-induced climate change is a fact. That fact is based over 88,000 climate-related studies from 2012 to 2020. Now, Pickering acts as an ally by acknowledging the Indigenous land on which it sits on as of October 2020, but I'm not sure, have our councillors consulted and acknowledged Chief Kelly LaRocca's views and other members of the regional Indigenous community's views on this historic land planning process that will take us into 2051? Many of you will probably not even be around to realize the full impact your decisions will have then. The Greenbelt is important. Forests, wetlands, agricultural soils store more than 86 million tons of carbon. That translates into 4.5 billion or over 366 million per year over 20 years' time. Destroying important sections of the Greenbelt along with the surrounding biodiversity of flora and fauna is not only morally wrong, but it's an economic disaster in terms of reckless government spending that will result in higher taxes for local residents to pay because of non-existent infrastructure that needs to be built, especially now because construction developers are planning on unloading different developer fees that was paid by them prior to the local residents. I imagine that besides the added stress of residents who will be required to pay higher taxes, there will also be the added hassle of those residents that are stuck beyond the urban boundaries that would be forced to commute by car as transit would not be available to urban centers to utilize basic consumer services. Municipalities including Hamilton, Burlington, and Oakville have already endorsed no urban expansion scenarios as part of their own municipal comprehensive review. It's definitely doable, so why aren't we doing it? One practical way to combat a climate breakdown and higher property taxes for existing residents is infill development. Infill development refers to the construction of buildings or other facilities on previously unused or underutilized land located within an existing urban or otherwise developed area. It seems like practical sense that utilization of already approved land for urban development, such as Pickering Scene Community, should be fully built up before opening up any future lands. Another practical way to combat climate breakdown is to employ gentle density development. Gentle density promotes mixed-use development with single-family homes alongside small multifamily homes, businesses, and commercial buildings. This will also help build more affordable homes in the process. 80 people and jobs per hectare is designated growth in designated growth areas is expressed as a practical target by environmental subject matter experts at the Center for Active Transportation. The ratio is ideal if we are serious about implementing viable transit solutions to local residents. Concerned residents in Pickering and Ajax do not want to push beyond the urban boundaries. Of the 5 community area land needs scenarios, Scenario 5 makes the most sense if we are serious about combating the climate emergency and protect the Carruthers Creek's headwaters, farmlands, and other natural spaces and prevent downstream flooding and erosion into neighboring Ajax. Scenario 5 offers the most cost-effective action a municipality can take on climate change and reduces the financial burden on taxpayers for new infrastructure. As global temperatures rise, so do sea levels. This is accompanied by droughts, floods, and other extreme weather conditions. Those conditions make it difficult for farmers to grow food
Caruso,
and for the
you
hungry
have
to get it.
wrap up.
I'm sorry about the future. I worry about the future and disastrous quality of life my son will have to endure because of dumb or perhaps corrupt choices that are not made on behalf of the interests of our regular residents. If we're all in this together, then please cut the rhetoric and act like it. The climate emergency is
Please
already
wrap
here
up,
and regional councillors
Councillor.
must know.
Mr. Caruso, you have to wrap up.
Sorry. I urge you to keep the Greenbelt lands, including the Duffins Rouge Agricultural Preserve, protected. I urge you to utilize infill and gentle density development. Environmental degradation knows no political or geographical
Mr.
border.
Caruso, thank you. Questions? Councillor Neal.
Thank you.
Mr. Crusoe, you mentioned this gentle density. Are you aware that in the 50s in Oshawa, that actually was what took place? There'd be residential single family, like on Central Park, etc. And then at the end of these blocks, there'd be there'd be apartment building with 4 units in it. So are you aware that this is not new? It's been done before and was quite successful?
I am not aware of that, but thank you for pointing that out to me.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to 5.18, Katie Pandy, Associate Weston Consulting. Roger, is she online? Okay. Sarah, can you give direction, please?
So you'll just need to press the button in the bottom middle. It'll light up green when your request is in the queue.
Okay, we'll come back to 5.18. We'll move on to 5.19, Winston Emery, Ajax resident. Mr. Emery. Sarah, can you?
So it looks like you're just currently on mute. You want to make sure that your microphone button is gray.
Okay, it's lit green, thank you.
I also have video, but I don't know if that's on. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's good.
Actually,
it appears that they're on Lux.
before you start, we're challenged with capacity on the internet today. I'm going to ask that you turn your camera off.
I'm not sure exactly how I do that. Oh, okay. Maybe I can do this. Does that work?
The sound is now a little bit better. Yes, go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. I acknowledge the chair, and I have a request that is, I think, a very doable one based on the active transportation section of the report. In that section, Envision Durham claims its objective is to ensure a safe network of active transportation facilities. Its stated policy is, quote, to construct a safe, direct, comfortable, attractive, and convenient active transportation network. The image that appears alongside these remarkable policies is one on page 195, and it should actually reflect the vision and illustrate exemplary, safe, comfortable infrastructure. Ironically, the photograph of the young people riding on Lake Driveway in Ajax depicts infrastructure that is low comfort and unsafe. A key principle of safe, high comfort cycling infrastructure is that cyclists be separated from vehicular traffic. In the picture, the young cyclists are forced to share the road, not only with cars, but also with trucks and buses. In neighborhoods with low automobile volume, sharing may occur, but cyclist safety standards indicate at speeds of less than 30 kilometers per hour. Lake Driveway speed is 40. Most young people don't ride on Lake Driveway, by the way. They use the waterfront trail. The photographer could have taken the shot around the corner on Harwood Boulevard, which has much safer, more comfortable structure. Many cyclists of all ages use it. So this is a request to replace the image on page 195 of the document to accurately portray Envision Durham's own objectives and policies. The image chosen should reflect current Canadian design standards of cycling infrastructure, especially relating to safety and comfort of use. I am using the CanBix as a basis for this request. Generally speaking, the region's vision for cycling infrastructure is progressively aspirational. It makes all the right noises. However, it is short on specifics in terms of objectives and policies. They are lacking priority for completing gaps in the cycling network, and generally speaking, quite weak. So I'm not very optimistic that any of the objectives that they have produced in the document will be achieved at the regional level in the near future. I think prospects are much brighter, however, at the level of my own municipality. Ajax has a pretty good system, most of it medium comfort at least. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, questions to the delegation? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And perhaps to the clerks, if that's my wife and son on page 195 in that photo, many years taken before this report, do I need to declare on that as well as the photo that's the front page of chapter 3?
Well, you don't have to declare, but I will appreciate the fact that you recognized your family.
I think those photos are about 6 years old. Thank you very much for.
Could I just add one other comment, and that is that I was going to say that I would hope that the picture could be changed. I think the aspirations of the staff at regional council are pretty good, but I think that somehow or other they should be a bit more up to date.
Yeah,
Number one,
Mr. Emery, I'm sorry.
And make the change.
Thank you. Councillor McDougall, you still have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Emery, I'm not sure if you've had a chance to venture outside of your municipality, but I cycled down from Port Perry this morning, unlike a previous gentleman who said you were forced to drive. I was not forced to drive this morning, nor was I forced to cycle, but I did take the opportunity. I'm not sure. Have you had the opportunity to venture into the countrysides of the region and see many of the great cycling opportunities that the region has employed to date?
Yeah, I think they are. The issue really is about within larger the built up boundaries. I recognize that there are lots of lovely roads to ride on. I'm from Cobourg. I moved from Cobourg just a couple of years ago, and we've been working for years on trying to develop a master cycling plan for Cobourg, and it's nicer here. So. A good kudos to Ajax because their network is getting there. The regional network still tends to see it as recreational rather than as transportation, and that needs to be rethought, I think.
Thank you for your comments. I did use it quite transportationally this morning. Thank you very much, and thank you for taking the time today.
Okay. Thank you. With no other requests, thank you for your delegation. We're going to go back to Katie Pandy, Associate, Weston Consulting. Okay. Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and you have 5 minutes.
I wanted to wish you good morning, but I think it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Katie Pandy. I work as an associate with Weston Consulting, and I'm here to represent Anatolia Tiles for land assembly located at southeast intersection of Conlin Road and Gerard Road. And through this delegation, we would request the removal of future Type C arterial road from map 3B of draft Durham Regional Official Plan. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our land assembly has a total area of around over 42 hectares, and the municipal addresses include 961, 975 Conlin Road, 4605, 4625, 4635, and 4655 Gerard Road. The proposed development will be for industrial warehouse. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the subject land, as you can see in purple, are designated as urban area, which allows the proposed industrial use. And right across the property, there's an east-west road shown in dotted line, which runs from Thixon Road to Stevenson Road. On the west, the subject property is located at west of Oshawa, the boundary of Oshawa. Thank you. Next slide, please. Our property has an access from Colin Gerard Road, and I would also like to point certain section of the official plan which states that 11.3.2 and 8.3.4 that the roads shown in the Durham Regional Official Plan are approximate and alignment may change provided that there are proper studies to demonstrate that, such as environmental impact assessment study. Next slide, please. City of Oshawa passed a motion on October 25, 2021, stating that the future east-west connection from Stevenson to Thixon Road is not required. Further to their motion, they had a staff discussion with the town of Whitby, where it was made decision that this road is not warranted. And through this, and we would like to support the City of Oshawa and town of Whitby comment on this. Through this motion, I would request not only the deletion of east-west connection from Stevenson to Thixon, but also added language in the Durham Regional Official Plan, if demonstrated by environmental assessment, which City of Oshawa is currently undertaking, that the road is not required. We would require the deletion of future type C arterial road from official plan without generating the need of amendment to a draft regional official plan. Thank you. And council members and public, I'm here to answer any question.
Thank you. Questions to the delegation? Madam Clerk? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now move on to item 5.20, June Enright, Durham resident. Good afternoon and welcome. And they'll turn the microphone on for you. No, don't push it. We'll get it turned on for you.
Is it on?
It's on now, and when you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Chair, councilors, staff, and other residents. My name is June Enright. I live in Cherrywood, which is in the Duffins Rouge Agricultural Preserve, and I'm also here as a member of Cherrywood and Friends Ratepayers Association. I'd like to thank all the members that worked on this draft plan. There was a lot of detail. I learned a lot that I didn't know, and I was also alarmed at things that I read. I learned things like action zones that I'm in Pickering Nuclear Generating Station zone. There's a class 4 area allowing higher daytime and nighttime sound levels, that Durham has priority neighborhoods. I heard a lot of good things in the report. Words and policies that I liked. I agreed with words like connected and accessible for the enjoyment of all residents. I hope that includes wildlife. Climate adaptation plans, rapid transit, affordable housing, rental, and intensification. Maintaining the long-term financial sustainability of the region. That's a good goal to have, especially with what Mr. Ford has thrown at you. But there were things there that I didn't like, particularly accessing the Duffins Creek Agricultural Preserve. It's in conflict with the goals and the priorities that you set. That land was supposed to be agricultural in perpetuity. Seems like nobody understands that word. The fact that they're still supporting the airport, I mean, how much money goes into it before the feds come back and say, you know, that land isn't suitable? How much money are we going to spend? We've been 51 years and not a business plan to promote it. I like the things of rapid transit. It's good for the environment. But it conflicts with some of the things that I'm seeing. For example, a new bridge and 6 lanes, a mini 401 going through the agricultural preserve to convert White's Road. There's a conflict there. The environmental defense has identified 33 species at risks in these plans. The recent study on just White's Road indicated a long list of species that were in the road of the White's Road expansion. How do you meet a culture of conservation across the region while developing the ag preserve? It's conflicting statements. We're in a climate crisis. We all know this development can be done within the current developed footprint. We do not need to take more lands away from farmers. We need to protect it. It's the right and financially and environmentally right thing to do. No one that I've spoken to is against development. It's how it's done. It has to be sustainable. I'm also very concerned about some of the secrecy, the closed meetings, the lack of information, either no response to emails that we've sent or minimal responses. Getting the distribution lists since last March, trying to figure out about White's Road. I've tried to be on that distribution list. I can't seem to get it achieved. So the region doesn't respond either. There are a lot of issues in this that are going to affect the health of residents in our neighborhoods. I speak to residents in my neighborhood and they're anxious. They're nervous. They don't know what's going on. There are families that have had 7 generations of farmers, and with the outtake of these lands, they are not going to be able to financially farm any longer. We need this plan to be put on hold. There is not the need for these lands to be developed the way I see it and the way many residents here see it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, questions? Seeing none, hearing none. Thank you for coming today. Members of council, we'll move on to 5.21. Ms. Lori Lopes, who is a registered nurse, who is talking on the impacts of health. Okay, members of council, the clerk has informed me that she's not online. Okay, and we've tried to connect with her. So we did try to connect with her. Okay. Members of council, that finishes the, Madam Clerk, that finishes all of the delegations. Okay. Members of council, if you go to page 3 of your agenda, there are a number of communications items. Councillor Chapman, could you move? They all go to refer to consideration of report number 2023 P15.
All the correspondence there from 6.1 to 6.33 all be referred to the report.
And Councillor Pickles, as the Vice Chair of Planning, you're the seconder. Okay. It is to refer to the consideration of the report. Members of council, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Members of council, I did say we break at 1. I think because the next order of business would be to go to the actual item. I think the appropriate time to break for an hour would be now, Madam Clerk. So I'm going to look for a mover. Oh, sorry.
Mike, Mr. Chairman, could you kind of give us a tutorial on how we're going to deal with this afternoon and the amendments, or have you given any thought to that with the clerk in regards to the submissions?
So I have not seen any amendments that have come directly to me.
I think the clerk has.
The clerk has them all. So when we come back, okay, so we're going to have a conversation to see how we go forward on the expectation. We'll look at the number that are there. And of course, I don't know what members of council are bringing to the table. I haven't seen seen anything from any member of council as of yet, other than one that I got this morning that was rather late that's being dealt with. So that still means that we still have to break for an hour for lunch, and it's 12:45, which means we'll be back here at 1:45. Councillor Kerr? Move the lunch break, seconded by Councillor Chapman. Councillor Chapman? Okay, on the hour break for lunch, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, we are in recess for 1 hour Members of council, can you take your seats? Thank you. Madam Clerk, a roll call, please. Vote is open. Okay, Councillor Anderson is here. I just talked to him. Councillor Crawford is. So Councillor Jubb is gone?
Not on the air. Oh, he's online now.
Okay, Councillor Jubb. Okay, members of council, we have quorum. Just before we go back, there was a question asked about a mapping. Staff have been able to prepare that map, and we're just going to show the map. I don't want members of council to comment on the map. We're just going to put it up for your reference to see it right now. Roger, if you can help us, please. There was a map that was just sent to you. Okay, so members of council, the map that was asked for is on the screen. Members of council, in conversation with both the clerk and planning, there is an order for this afternoon. We will start with Councillor Kerr, then Mayor Watton, then Mayor Collier, then we'll go to Councillor Leahy. Councillor Leahy, we'll go to Councillor Anderson, Councillor Pickles. Then we're going to go to Mayor Barton. We're going to go to Councillor Chapman. Then we're going to go to Councillor McCaughey, and then we're going to go to Mayor Collier and Mayor Collier. That is what we worked out at noon. That's the order we're going to go in. Members of council, I have not seen any of these motions that are coming forward. So the first person that's in the request to speak box would be Councillor Kerr.
We have to get the report.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Chapman. My lunch is allowing me to be relaxed. It must have been the turkey. Councillor Chapman, can I get you to move and Councillor Pickles to second the recommendation to get onto the floor?
We certainly would. As the Chair and Vice Chair of Planning and Economic Development, pleased to move them.
Okay, thank you. So now the items are on the floor. Madam Clerk, we're going to go to that order now. Okay, so first is Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if the clerk would be kind enough to put the motion up on the screen, please. That's a great map, but it's not the one we're looking for. Here it is. It's second by Councillor Chapman. I understood it was going to be Mayor Carter, but I'll certainly be pleased to accept Councillor Chapman as my second. That attachment number 1 is contained in report 2023-P-15. Be amended by modifying map 1 of the new regional official plan to change the designation of a portion of the lands in Oshawa east of Harmony Road North from the future Type C arterial road that forms the northerly limit of the Kedron Part 2 planning area to a midway point south of Winchester Road east from employment area to community area as shown on Exhibit 4. And if the clerk would kindly put Exhibit 4 up, that should make things a lot clearer. That's a good wording, but picture's worth 1,000 words. So this would be Exhibit 4. Sounds like a courtroom, but there we go. So this is the piece. I don't know whether we can get it any larger, but thank you very much. So the pink crosshatched north-south piece is Harmony Road. The yellow area, solid yellow area, is a community area on the south side of the future Arterial C Road, which is coming forward. I think Nancy Diamond Boulevard, I believe. And the area in yellow is the property in question. The developer is in full agreement with the conversion to residential And for the following reasons. We had the developer present at a planning and economic development meeting and mentioned that there was some concern that the Columbus area north of 407, which is that sort of curving line on the map, may or may not be coming online soon enough for Oshawa to hit its target for the 1.5 million homes. However, with Kedron 1 and 2 and this particular piece of property, that target will in fact be met. I think it's a straightforward conversion. As I say, the developer's in full agreement, and we have the support of Oshawa Council on this, and I'm hoping that my fellow councillors will see fit to vote in favor of this conversion. One other point is we're not doing a land swap. The only land swap would have been in that community oblong area to the north. That owner of that property was not contacted. I thought it would have been resulting in some perhaps pushback, and I think the most straightforward way is to simply convert this area as it's adjacent to the already zoned community area. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Unless my seconder would like to make some comments, that's my position on it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Chapman. Okay, thank you. If I could have the motion put back up on the screen and the map dropped. Okay, to the amendment, Mayor Collier. Mayor Collier? Mayor Collier. I'll try one more time. Mayor Collier? Okay. Okay. Go to Mayor Roy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to give confirmation that from our Whitby staff that we do support this as well too, as was stated in the deputation.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? I'm going to deal with the amendments one at a time. Record a vote on this amendment. Madam Clerk, on the amendment, when you're ready. Pardon? Oh, Sarah, when you're ready, if you would
So the
please
vote's
do.
open now?
Councilor who? Okay, everyone's voted? 26 yes, 1 no, the amendment carries. We'll move on to amendment number 2. Mayor Watt. Push the request to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could ask staff to put up our motion, that being it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDougall, that attachment number 1 as contained in report 2023 P-15 be amended by modifying map 1 of the new regional official plan to redesignate the eastern portion of the Port Perry employment area on the south side of Reach Street, municipally known as 1520, 1540, and 1580 Reach Street, owned by Mr. Richard Wanup, from employment area to community area, as shown on Exhibit 2. If I could have that, move that and then speak to it, if I may.
Councillor McDougall is the seconder. Perfect. Go ahead, Mayor Watt.
Thank you. As some of you may know, I have advocated for this conversion since 2020. The actual conversion request has been supported not only by the previous council, but also by the current council. It also passed planning and economic development back at that time. And one of the main goals is to be able to enable long-term care and some senior housing. We have some other goals, but that is was the main purpose and driver behind this, and I hope that my colleagues will support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor McDougall is the seconder. Did you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Mayor Watton has summed it up quite well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other members of council wishing to speak to this item? Okay, Councillor Kerr? 1 second.
Just one question, and I may have missed this, Mayor Watton. You said that this had the support of your council on this?
I did, both the previous council and the current council unanimously.
Thank you very much. That's all, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. The next is Mayor Collier. Okay, sorry, I'll go to Councillor Lee is on my screen. Councillor Lee, are you, okay, sorry. Let me come back to you. Mayor Collier? Mayor Collier? Mayor Collier? Okay, this is problematic. We'll go to Councillor Lee. Councillor Lee? Councillor Lee, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize. I believe this is in regards to Mayor Collier's amendment, if I'm not mistaken. If we can put that on the screen, I'm capable of moving that, and seconded by Regional Councillor Crawford.
Okay, we'll put it up, please. So, Councillor, Mayor Collier's popped up on my screen again. I'll go back to him.
Sure.
1 second. Mayor Collier. Mayor Collier? He's having difficulty. So we're going to go back to Councillor Lee. Are you still on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. So it's moved by yourself. And who is your second?
Right. I believe Regional Councillor Crawford, if she's
Councillor
amenable.
Crawford is the seconder? Okay, thank you. Okay, so the fully moved and seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Lee.
Very quickly, pretty much all the lands in this area north of this very small parcel were included as part of the MCR. This is just to include this very small parcel as part of it. Everything pretty much on the north east side of Rosslyn Road is to be just included as part of that whole, as part of the MCR and from employment area to community area. So again, this is actually a very small parcel. There's no map, but I wish if there was a map, I'd show you. You'd see how small it is, and it's just more or less just to keep it all consistent throughout. So hoping for council support on this. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Comments or questions? Mayor Roy.
I'm just going to ask for visual purposes. Is there an ability to show proximity on the big map as to where this is?
Okay, Mr. Bridgman, is it possible to call it? Well, can we, Roger? Would it be possible to call the big map up again? There it is. Mr. Bridgman, if you can help us, please. The map is up.
No, that's not the right map.
Oh, sorry.
Colleen? Do you have one that says Exhibit 5 or the previous map? Here we are. Is that helpful, Mayor Roy?
Okay, thank you. Okay, members of council, is there anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Shahid.
Thank you. Just wondering if they have their council support on this?
Going to Councillor Crawford.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to this? So on the amendment, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We'll move to the next one is Councillor Leahy. You have a motion? Okay, sorry, on my screen it's Mayor Roy is up first. Okay, sorry. So let me, okay. Counselor Leahy, can you put a request to speak again, please? Okay, thank you. Counselor Leahy? You're on mute. Counselor Leahy, we can't hear you. Try again. Counselor Leahy? Still can't hear you.
You just want to make sure that your microphone button is gray. If it's gray, it's on. If it's red, it's off.
Counselor Leahy? You're still on mute. Counselor, we can't hear you. Does any other member of your council know what you're trying to do? I'm serious here. I don't mean this in the wrong way. I don't know what you've presented, and I can't hear you, so. Still can't hear you. Do we have his motions? Okay. Madam Clerk, if you could put the motion number 1 up on the screen, please. Okay, so Councillor Leahy's not here. So Councillor Yamada, do you want to move this?
Chair, yes, I'll move to
Okay.
get it on the floor.
So we'll need a seconder. Okay, we'll try Councillor Leahy again. Well, wait a second. Councillor Leahy, are you on the line now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, so your motion has now been moved. Can you withdraw your?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councillor Leahy, this is moved by you, seconded by Councillor Yamada.
Yeah, no, perfect. So I guess there were 2 pieces from the delegates that came forward today. So this was the first one to redesignate the portion of lands on the northeast corner of Cochrane and 407 in Brooklyn. So it's a total of about 6 hectares in size from employment area to community area. It's backing right on to Cochrane. I know some of the concerns from the delegate mentioned on this piece and the next piece that there's going to be challenges with road access, but confirming with staff that if a development was brought to this area, we would have road access not through the communities. But nevertheless, I'm looking to move this piece and then the next piece in the second motion from
No,
employment area.
Don't go to the second motion yet. So,
Got it. Okay, just
Councillor Yamada,
this one.
as a seconder of this item.
Thank you. No, Councillor Leahy summed up what we're asking from members of council.
Okay, thank you. First in the speaker's box, speaker's request box is Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. Does this motion have the support of Whitby Council?
So
Can I? Oh, go ahead.
go ahead, Councillor Leahy.
Okay, thanks. No, it didn't. This didn't pass at Whitby Council.
Thank you. That concludes my question, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Mayor Roy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And both of the motions coming forward were not supported by Whitby Council. And I'm rather disappointed that the motions and the discussions, and this isn't on behalf of my council members that are here, but that the conversation and the presentation this morning did not illustrate the EA from 2016 that illustrated the access and the interchange on Cochrane from the 407. But also additionally that we just completed a mid-arterial block, an environmental assessment that has all employment lands along there that will access to there. And I have to say I'm very disappointed.
Thank you. Any other member of council wishing to speak to this item? Councillor Kerr is called for a recorded vote. Still have to use your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote, please.
Okay. So recorded vote, when you're ready. The amendment loses. Councillor Leahy, you still have the floor.
Yeah, sure. No, thank you. So on to the next motion there. So this is the land adjacent to that, and that we're looking for that conversion. So it's really tight against all the residential areas, and there will be road access to, regardless of what's development there, to the regional roads, like I said earlier. And we're just looking for a conversion from employment area to community area for this piece of land as well.
Okay, Madam Clerk, well, I didn't recognize the seconder. The seconder is in the amendment. Okay. As the seconder on the item, Councillor Yamada.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, so again, this is an ask for a conversion, straight conversion from employment land to community areas. I feel Councillor Leahy summed it up well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Roy.
I'm just going to reiterate that once again, this was not supported by Whitby Council. And just a general statement that with the conversions and the request, I think that the fixation on housing is something that we are all trying to support. But at the end of the day, when 70% of your employees, of your residents are leaving your community for employment, why are we changing employment to residential when we need jobs in our community?
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Mayor Roy covered my question very well. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kerr is called for a recorded vote. When you're ready, could you please conduct the vote? Okay, the amendment loses. We'll move on to the next in the list is Councillor Anderson. Sorry, 1 second. Before you speak to it, do you have the motion in writing?
Yes, could you please put it up
please
on
put
the
it
screen?
up?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so could you read it? As
Yes.
the mover and the seconder is Councillor Wu.
Yes, thank you. That attachment number 1 is contained in report number 2023-P-15 be amended to modify map 1 of the new regional official plan to include the lands on the north side of Highway 401, east of Rundle Road, in the municipality of Clarendon, inside the urban boundary area, as shown in Exhibit 1, and that these lands be designated employment areas. That's all on other maps, that all other maps in the official plan be amended as necessary to reflect this change. So this is lands that's down near the 401, and it's adjacent to another business, which is Owasco RV Center, which is located at 570 Rundle Road, and it's going to create jobs for our community, and it's about jobs to keep residents in our community and to grow our community. So this facility will probably employ 100 to 200 residents, or hopefully residents of our community. And it's also helping the building industry, because a part of this build will be a facility that enhancing the growth of industry by building trusses and frameworks for our building industry. So, and the good point of this, it's not dependent upon any municipal water or any municipal sewer or anything like that. It's going to sustain itself. So it speaks for itself, and so hopefully I'll get the full support of council. This original came to council, previous council, and they didn't support it then, but I have Paul, the mayor supports it, and there's Councillor Wu and myself and the new council, so it has the support of council, although not officially. So hopefully all members of council will support this motion, and I'm sure Councillor Wu will want to speak further to the motion. Thank you.
Counselor Wu is the seconder.
Yes, and through the chair, and Councillor Anderson did a very good job of speaking to this. Already to the west, and when you're driving along the 401, you'll see that there is a trailer sales and service already. And this is speaking to the land just east of Rundle Road. As Councillor Anderson did say, we're not asking for this to be included as a community area. It is an employment area. It gives the opportunity of creating jobs. I think the owners of the property already have somebody that is ready to occupy the area. And as Councillor Anderson did say, it only requires, does not require regional services. It will have its own water and septic tank system. So there's no regional services, actually dry regional services required. But it is an economic boost to Clarington. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of council wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none on the amendment, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Next on the list is Councillor Pickles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there is a motion along with a map that I think can be presented with respect to the white belt lands between sideline 14 and 16. We heard from a delegation and we have correspondence on it.
Seconder is Mayor Ash. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Ash. I won't belabor it too much. I did speak to it during the staff presentation. This is an area that's been in limbo for almost several decades, 51 years since the lands were expropriated for the airport. These lands are immediately east of the airport, but they're captured by provincial and federal MZOs, as staff spoke to. The suggestion in the report is that the matter of the airport to be determined and that the MZOs thus be adjusted prior to these lands being brought into active use. Given that there's no time frame for that to occur, it's a rather complex and frustrating issue to the residents there who wish to pursue with various land uses. There isn't any ongoing active agricultural uses here. There's it's immediately adjacent to the 407, not far from Brock Road, and could thus be utilized. Would you like me to read it, the whole thing?
Your motion?
Chair, yes.
Yes, please.
That recommendation A of report 2023 P15 be amended by modifying map 1 on the new regional official plan to include the lands east of sideline 16, north of Highway 407, west of the Greenbelt Plan area boundary, and south of Concession 7 in the city of Pickering inside the urban area boundary as shown on Exhibit 7B, and that these lands be designated employment areas, and that all other maps in the official plan be amended as necessary to reflect this change. And perhaps we can pull up the specific map. May be helpful to members of council. People might commonly know that as the area that Dutch Master Nurseries is on the south end of that road, just north of the 407, just for a point of reference.
You're finished, thank you. Mayor Ash is the seconder on the motion, on the amendment, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak in support of Councillor Pickles' motion. Pickering has the most tied up land in all of Canada. We have a minister's zoning order on these lands that date back to 1972, when Dan Carter was still on TV. This is a long, long history here, which has had protection after protection, and things that would protect the lands. 1972, this was a provincial zoning. There's also federal zoning for the airport lands, and that MZO, if this motion passes, would still have to be revoked or altered. So I think there's some benefit in regards to the application before us today that speaks to changing from an agricultural or open space to another use. So I will be supporting it, but those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Brenner?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Got a couple of questions. Perhaps I'd like to ask through you to staff. What was the rationale for staff not to include this when, in fact, the option, hybrid option 2A was recommended previously and adopted by the Regional Council?
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Bridgman.
Thank you, through you, Chair Henry, to Councillor Brenner. There's two reasons primarily for why it wasn't designated in the first place. Firstly, as I've mentioned before, as we've been planning to accommodate our forecasts, in this case of 460,000 jobs, we followed a provincial methodology that gave us a certain quantum of land, and we got council endorsement for that. I believe the number is 1,171 acres of new employment land, and that's what we've been working with. And so from a numbers standpoint, more than that wasn't needed. That was point number one. Point number two has been explained as well. It seemed to us that if in the fullness of time a decision is made on the airport, that it would make some sense to develop the lands around the airport in a way that is complementary to the airport uses, and to not undermine that opportunity, to make sure all the uses are right and as complementary as possible should that ever come to pass. So those were the two things: need, amount of land and need, and then just this idea of wanting to preserve an opportunity for some good comprehensive planning that is most complementary to the airport in the future.
Thank you.
Further questions for you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Bridgman. Is staff still of the same opinion today?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we are still of the same opinion. And Councillor Brenner, I'll tell you from where we're coming from, it continues to be the position of Regional Council that an airport is recognized in the official plan. And so with that understanding as well, that forms part of the rationale.
No, I appreciate that. Subsequent question through you, Mr. Chairman. In the City of Pickering's response to you, to the region on the draft official plan for Envision Durham, do you happen to recall, because I don't have it in front of me, do you happen to recall what was the position of the City of Pickering Council? Did they recommend this to planning, or is this off the floor only today?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't recall. If I can look to my left here and see if Gary or Colleen have any insight there.
Thank you, Brian. Through you, Mr. Chair. The City of Pickering submission in February-March timeframe did not address this particular submission at that time.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak in opposition, and I'm going to remind all members of council that on the subsequent motion amendments that were put forward, a consistent question was this supported by your council? That was previously question for Clarington, question for Whitby. All I ask is that this was not a position of the City of Pickering Council that I recall. I don't recall it coming to us. Maybe it would have been a different discussion today had it, but at no point had this. So I feel that it is inappropriate for this to be approved today, since it is not the position of the City of Pickering staff who did not put it in. It is not the opinion or the position of the regional staff, and I And I was very careful to ask our commissioner. They have not changed their position. And it certainly has not been a position put forward by the City of Pickering Council. So I ask for a recorded vote. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Okay, so last in the request is the mover of the motion, Councillor Pickles, to close. Sorry, you pushed the wrong button. Try again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You'd think I would get the buttons right by now. I did want to point out that, as staff noted, our City of Pickering staff were silent on this matter at the time. They didn't support it. They didn't not support it. It was silent on it. It is a matter that's came to my attention and Mayor Ash's attention in the last week or so, and we did raise it with Regional Council. We did meet with some of the residents on the street. We didn't meet them in the street. We met them at the city office, but they came to speak to us. We do have submissions today from some of those residents, and we did have a delegation at our previous at a previous Regional Council meeting, and a delegation on the same matter again today. So just to be clear on those points. Thank you.
Thank you. Recorded vote was called. I'll call that vote now. Oh, sorry. Can you put the motion back up again, please? Okay. Okay, and I've already called for the vote, so when you're ready. Councillor Shahid, your vote wasn't recorded. Councillor Roy is out of her chair. Okay, the amendment carries. So sorry, let me see. So the amendment loses. Sorry, members of council, just 1 second. So you have to take the absence out. Members of council, technology can sometimes be an interesting thing. So when you're on the screen but not in your chair, Madam Clerk, can you explain what happened?
It looks like what happened is that votes were counted for Councillor Foster and for Councillor Roy. However, they were not in their seats, and Foster's not at the meeting. So it's unless he's joined remotely. I didn't see him joining remotely.
So wait a second.
Okay, so he's joined remotely. However, Councillor Roy, who's not present at the moment, her vote was casted as a no. So we could take away her one vote, and then that would leave the results as, just 1 second, 14-13. So it would still fail by 1.
Okay, so it's lost. The amendment's lost. Okay. Okay, we'll move on. Next in the list is Mayor Barton.
There we go. Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Do you want to put the motion on the screen?
Yes, please. Okay.
Oh, and actually, it's not Councillor McDougall, it's Councillor Wu is the seconder. Wu is you. All right.
Okay.
All right. Oh, and this is different on my screen than, okay, I'll go with what's on the screen. That map 1, regional structure, urban and rural systems of the draft regional official plan be modified to extend the employment areas designation north of the existing Uxville employment area in the township of Uxbridge, easterly to include an additional 26 hectares of land. And B, that subject to Part A being adopted, that the recommendation B in the report be amended to add the following words, with the exception of I, the extension of the employment areas designated north of the existing Uxville employment area in the township of Uxbridge, easterly to include an additional 26 hectares of land. So, folks, these are lands that are completely surrounded by industrial lands. It's 100 acres. The township of Uxbridge have almost no additional industrial lands. This is critical to our success so that we can have people not driving to the city and commuting constantly. Important to our community, and I look for your support on this. And thanks to Councillor Wu for your support.
Councillor Wu is the seconder. There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Henry, and Mayor Martin explained it quite well. And I don't know if there's a map that can be put up, but I think I'll take from Councillor Kerr, a picture's worth 1,000 words. And you'll see what Mayor Martin is speaking about, that just to the north, it's all, it's gravel pit. And this particular piece of property will add to, I guess. Now, when you look at that, it does give Uxbridge an opportunity to be able to create employment, just as the motion that earlier Councillor Anderson and I brought forward, and keep some of the jobs within the community. So I gladly second this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Garrard?
I'll just speak briefly in support of Mayor Barton's comment. Certainly, there'll be very limited residential growth in Uxbridge with our position on the moraine within the Greenbelt, of course. Our contribution then for Durham's growth will be through the development of this industrial lands, as Dave mentioned, to keep jobs there. And I'll just add that Uxbridge Council did unanimously support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, in a different perspective on this, we've heard a couple of comments today about, conversions coming forward for residential and residential. Well, we've just had 2 really good, sizable pieces of land to put employment lands back into the mix. I think this is a very important piece. It adds to the region overall, not just Uxbridge, and I'm in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts the request. Mr. Bridgman, this meets the challenge of conformity?
Mr. Chair, in short, no, it doesn't. But I'm being aware of this property for 15 or more years, and we know that Uxbridge has a tough time with its employment land supply, but it would not conform to the provincial policy statement, and that's why the amendment to B. So what council would be doing would be advising the province that the new official plan conforms to all provincial plans and policies in all respects except for this parcel. And I think that's about as clearly as I can explain it.
You're comfortable with the amendment? Comfortable with the amendment?
Chair, I'm sort of in a position where I can't advise council to do something so I'll leave it to council.
Okay, Councillor Garrard, you've spoken to this once already. Appropriate time, sure. And Councillor McDougall?
Thank you, Chair. And to Mr. Commissioner Bridgman, when you say Oxbridge is in tough times in terms of industrial land supply, what sort of level of industrial land supply are they at in terms of acreages?
Through you, Mr. Chair, from my understanding is existing Uxville is substantially built out, if not fully built out. There you may see on an air photo some vacant looking parcels, but those are tied up for future expansions by other users in the area. So there's very other limited opportunities. And I would point out, Mr. Chair, too, that this is a unique site here called a rural employment area. Some years ago, the provincial rules changed so that you can't even do new rural employment areas anymore. So when I say Uxbridge is challenged to find more employment land for itself, you can see that this is a logical extension of what exists. But again, I'm in this odd spot here.
Okay. Councillor Chapman, you were on the list but disappeared. Okay, so you need to speak. As the mover of the motion, Mayor Barton to close.
Hey, thank you very much. And again, this is important to Uxbridge. And one thing I didn't mention during my earlier remarks, it's also serviced. So it's serviced with water. When they previously provided servicing for this area, this was to be part of the industrial subdivision, and then it got caught up in some provincial policy it's been stuck in for a long, long time.
Okay. Okay, I'll call the recorded vote was called for, so when you're ready, please. So, is there a challenge with a member council? No, it's okay. Oh, it's okay. So the amendment passes. Councillor Chapman. Yes, sir. You're next on the list. Oshawa PMTSA.
Thank you. This one's an easy one. This is recommended by the staff. This is about the current Go Via station in Oshawa, not the new ones that are going to come. Recommended by staff. If you've been down there to the Go station in Oshawa, that was one of the first. If you remember Pickering, it ended Pickering, and then it came out to Oshawa. There's not a lot of space around there that isn't already industrial or commercial. So to put any kind of residential in there does not make sense, as much as we want to put residential around our transit stations. So the one that will be in downtown Oshawa and up the road on the other side of the highway in Thornton makes perfect sense. But this motion here is let's focus on what's there already. And this motion was in our presentation and is in the Commissioner's memorandum to us as recommended by staff to bring this one forward. So I have. Thank you.
Mayor Carter is the seconder.
I know this is a rarity, but I have no comments, but I support the motion.
Okay, in the speaker list, Councillor Groff.
No, that was left over.
That was a leftover from the last one. Anyone else wishing to speak to this item? So on the amendment, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Councillor McCaughey. Just request. There you go.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I believe there's a motion that if we could put it up, thank you.
We're looking for a seconder. There is no seconder attached to that.
Councillor Yamada is going to second.
Seconded by Councillor Yamada. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
This is with regards to our heritage downtown, giving more teeth to the lower tier municipality in order to prevent us from getting in our, getting pulled into land tribunals. And more or less protecting the heritage downtowns and with the density and the ability to conform to our local plans. We've spent a lot of time and energy and money coming up with plans and strategies to protect the heritage downtown, and we find ourselves continuously being pulled into tribunals over it. So this hopefully will prevent that, and I'm just looking for support from my colleagues. Thanks.
Okay, because it moves so quickly, I'm
Yeah.
going to have you read it.
Okay. Whereas the draft new regional official plan requires through draft policy 523 that area municipalities plan for the achievement of a long-term transit supportive density target of 150 people and jobs per gross hectare for regional centers located along rapid transit corridors. And whereas although the downtown Whitby Regional Center is located along a rapid transit corridor, it is a traditional downtown center with a unique historic character. And whereas the town of Whitby intends to protect and enhance the unique historic character of downtown Whitby by permitting a level of intensification that is appropriate for the area, identified as a key priority through extensive public consultation on the recently adopted downtown Whitby Community Secondary Plan, so as not to negatively impact the unique heritage character of the area. And whereas the town of Whitby provided previous comments to the region requesting consideration of the differences amongst strategic growth areas, including that any proposed density and other land use targets provide flexibility at the local level to determine what is appropriate so as to recognize and protect the historical character of downtowns that are important to our communities. And whereas the new draft regional official plan recognizes the importance of built and cultural heritage resources through policies 3331 through 3338 and 5115. Now, therefore, it is recommended that draft policy 523 be revised to add the following at the end of the policy 523. Notwithstanding the above minimum transit supportive density targets, where a regional center is located along a rapid transit corridor and is also comprised of a historic downtown, an area municipal official plan may establish an alternative density target for the regional center, provided the overall target for the area municipality is maintained.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Yamada is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very happy to support this motion brought forward today by my colleague. We did spend a lot of money in terms of incentives through the Whitby Downtown Action Plan over the last 2 terms of our council. We're starting to see the benefits of that pay off. But through the discussions of the bus rapid transit over the last few years, we have seen issues that impact our historic downtowns. We put in place our downtown secondary plan to address concerns of residents, to address height, and to protect that historic character. When you see historic downtowns across Canada, the United States, what you see is historic tourism. And we have a charm, we have character in our downtown. We want to see that protected. And I think ceding some power to the area municipality, I think would be beneficial to allowing us to move forward with our own destiny. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor Pietri.
Mr. Chair, I think of all the motions today, this is the most substantive for a number of reasons. And I appreciate where councillors from Whitby are going with this, because I do the same thing if I were in their shoes. However, I think we need to understand what the implications are when it comes to the density targets that are being set by the region, and furthermore, what it means in terms of usage and zoning within the core area. Does this speak to that? Can staff provide some color and understanding as to what this will mean for the region?
Mr. Bridgman?
Thank you. Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair. I do know that there has been some history along these lines, and so to provide that history, I'll ask Mr. Mueller to elaborate a little bit on the nature of the discussions that we've had so far.
Thank you. And through the chair, I understand that there's been a number of discussions between regional staff and area municipal staff with the town as it relates to this particular topic. And it did center on Whitby specifically and the challenges that are being encountered locally as it relates to proposed developments that perhaps might exceed their desires in terms of building height specifically, and wanting to maintain the integrity of built form within the historic Whitby downtown. From the standpoint of regional staff, in particular as it relates to the density target, we are and continue to be of the view that we are able to achieve the minimum 150 persons and jobs per hectare while still maintaining a ground-oriented form. And through extensive discussions with area municipal staff, additional wording was included within the built form policies to provide for the ability of height limits and height limitations within areas so designated, so that compatibility and specific and in particular building heights are a key factor to ensure the cultural integrity within these sensitive areas are in fact protected. So with that in mind, there are two primary transit corridors within the region. One is Highway 2, and that of course goes through Pickering, Ajax, Whitby, and Oshawa, and Simcoe Street is the other rapid transit corridor. So the implications from a regional planning perspective, because this isn't necessarily specific to Whitby, but does cut across the region, that the implications could be broader than simply the Whitby downtown. So that's essentially my commentary.
Follow-up question, Councillor Mayor Pietri.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Mueller. If you could expand on what the implications could be, and furthermore, the main question, and maybe I just didn't emphasize it enough, is the characteristics associated with the zoning or uses within the cultural sort of parameters of what's being requested. What does that mean in terms of limitations according to ROP and any potential uses that could be excluded or included as a result?
Thank you. And through the chair, the density target, I think, is the operative, and through the intensification work that was undertaken through the growth management study of Envision Durham, we did look at different residential densities in order to arrive at an understanding of what does 150 persons and jobs per hectare look like, for example. And we've come to understand that various forms of multiple attached dwellings, like townhouses, stacked towns, back-to-backs, things like that, can be undertaken within that density framework. So you could still have a ground-oriented form that still achieves that target. The implications, however, once densities get higher than the 150, is that there could be some limitations in terms of higher forms of development or potentially higher or more intensive uses on individual sites. So our analysis did focus on the residential. We didn't get into the non-residential, but insofar as this amendment is concerned, we did focus on the issues of building height and the preservation of a historic character, and whether or not our policies that were drafted as part of Envision Durham before you today did in fact meet those tests. So,
just to conclude, as a follow-up to that, Mr. Mueller, I'm reading between the lines in that, unless I misunderstood, that any density that we're potentially losing as a region in that corridor or in that area will be picked up elsewhere, say, for example, in other communities. Is that how we're going to make it a wash?
Through the chair, as I understand the amendment, it would be taken up by locations elsewhere within that respective area municipality.
Such as?
And through the chair, I'm simply reading the amendment is that provided the overall target for the area municipality is maintained.
Okay, so that's a little bit more reassuring. The only aspect that I think is still left open-ended, and I'll be open and honest about it, is what the cultural or heritage cultural designation will exclude or include in terms of zoning and uses. That is a little bit of a a question mark that I think that we need to consider.
Right. Through the chair, I think that would be a question that is best posed locally through zoning. And really, the issue, as I understand it, is a matter of new development, its height, and whether or not building heights within new developments are in keeping with the general character of the area.
Okay, I think there's going to be some motions that come forward with respect to other municipalities if this one passes. And it may not be today, but it will come.
And my apologies to the chair. Mr. Goodchild may have some additional language or analysis to add to that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the only thing I was going to mention about the evolution of our conversation related to the concerns related to the density target was that originally the 150 people and jobs per hectare applied to the entire regional center. We focused that down to the intensification area that the town identified in their downtown Whitby secondary plan, but also with those policies that Mr. Mueller spoke about of minimum and maximum heights and what zoning it would actually say, that would be still within the hands of the local municipality. Thank you.
1 second, please. Mayor Watton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to, I guess, if I may, through to the mover, is this intended to be Whitby Regional Center centric?
Question to the mover.
Thank you. It was mentioned that this would be a useful policy for Clarington to have in their possession as well, because it gives control to the local community of their own heritage downtown. And I'll just say recorded vote when it comes time. Thank you.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other requests? None online? Recorded vote has been called by Councillor Mulcahy. So when you're ready. That carries. Okay. Madam Clerk, so number 9's been withdrawn? Yes. Okay. So the number 10, or sorry, that wouldn't be 9, that would be, anyways, we'll get the number right. That would be number 11 technically. We'll move to number 10, which is Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair, and I hope my audio has been sorted out.
We can hear you, yes.
Excellent. Thank you. I rebooted everything possible. The clerk has the motion. I just want to bring a motion to divide, just so we can vote on a section separately. I provided a map as well, although I think we all know.
So just 1 second. So Councillor Crawford, you're seconding this? Okay. So go ahead, please, and would you read your amendment, please?
Thank you, Chair. That map 1 contained in attachment 1 of report 2023 P15 be divided in order to vote on the lands known as the Northeast Pickering 2051 Urban Expansion Area as shown on map 1 as a separate item. And I just wish to speak to it quickly, please, Chair.
Go ahead.
We've been very vocal with our concerns about the development of Northeast Pickering. There's some great work in this regional official plan, and there's some things that have been done that are really going to help move our municipalities forward. I just ask the consideration to be able to separate this and vote separately so we can support the motion as a whole. I don't want to be in a situation where we can't support the main motion because of this one fairly substantial piece. We are in discussions with the Northeast Pickering landowners now. I am going to be following up with Mayor Ash, but right now we haven't made enough progress for me to be comfortable in supporting this. So I ask just please the opportunity to divide so we can vote it separately and move on. Thank you, Chair. And there is a map, by the way.
Members of council, this was, just for direct clarification, this was the last item on my list of things that are coming forward. Since that time, there has been a number of amendments that have come in. I can, Madam Clerk, I can accept this and move it to the end and vote after all the amendments are done. Procedurally, that's correct. I've never done that before.
If you just want to stand it down until after hearing all the amendments.
So, Mayor Collier, can you stand down this till after all the amendments have been heard?
That's fine, Chair. I was last. That was the original intent, so that's fine.
I also thought that you were the last as well, so, okay. So,
Thank you.
members of council, I have no idea who has put other items on, so I need just a minute to confirm with the clerk. So, Councillor Yamada, you were the one that just sent the amendment in?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am looking for a seconder on this. This is.
Okay, don't speak to it. It's on the
okay.
screen. I'll give it a moment for people to read. Yeah, and before I can even contemplate taking a seconder, Mr. Bridgman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. For this, Chair, if I may pass it to Colleen Goodchild. She has some history with this one.
Ms. Goodchild?
Thank you, Brian, and through you, Mr. Chair. We've had some conversations with a member of the public, the development industry, who's been asking similar questions related to this motion. For active applications, whether they are underway in a multi-stage pre-consultation process or whatnot, the official plan that applies is the one that's in force at the time that the application is deemed complete. There is no transitional policies in the regional official plan, nor would we would recommend those to you. So our official plan that we're looking to you to adopt today as amended would not be enforced until the province approves it. So the existing official plan at this time would apply to any applications that are in the pipeline at this moment until they are deemed complete. At that time, it's which one is in force. So we would be providing any sort of comments related to maybe these applications that are sitting in the pre-con stage based on the existing official plan.
So who's here from legal?
Mr. Woon is here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I don't think we've met each other yet, so could you introduce yourself, please?
Through the chair, it's Robert Woon here on behalf of legal.
It's nice to have you here in the chambers. This is contrary to the existing position of council, is it not?
I don't, through the chair, I want some clarification through the, I don't think it's contrary to the council position. As Ms. Goodchild explained, the current official plan is in force, in fact, until the new official plan gets approved by the province. Until that time, all current applications would have to conform with the existing plan.
So can I, before you go any further, can I have that motion put back up on the screen, please? So when you read the first line, the policies of the regional official plan shall not apply to any application. That would, I'm just, yeah. You know what, members of council, before we go any further, I need a 10-minute recess.
Yeah,
10-minute recess moved by Mayor Carter, second by Councillor Mayor Pietri. On the 10-minute recess, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, Lee, can you go and ask the people in the back to come out, please? Okay, you ready to call roll call? Okay, members of council, I'm going to have a roll call for a roll call, please. Okay. Maybe yes, please. We're good? Okay, members of council, the meeting's back in order. Councillor Yamada, first of all, you'll need a seconder for this before we go any further. I'll second. Okay, it's second for discussion. Councillor Yamada, I'm going to rule this out of order. It's contrary to what what the region already does. It opens us up for challenges, and when you read the first line, the policies of the regional official plan shall not apply to any application. It puts the region in an awkward position, therefore I've ruled it out of order. That's me, sorry, it's been a long day.
Sorry, I guess what I'm looking for is the policies of the new regional official plan, that there be some opportunity for developers who have brought, who are in now the two-stage process, who are so close to getting their complete application, that they have that opportunity to finish under the old policies and not get brought in and now have to do spend more money and take up more time. This is in regards.
So it's just you're asking a question. So, Mr. Bridgman, the question would be: any existing policy that's under the current official plan would continue, or would it continue under?
Mr. Chair, it would continue until the minister approves this new official plan.
Okay, because this is in regards to correspondence 6.26 on the agenda.
Sorry, I did roll it out of order, but I'm asking for some clarification. So, thank you. So it is out of order.
Okay.
The way it is written.
Thank you.
Okay. Before I go back to Mayor Collier, Madam Clerk, I don't have a laptop here today, so I'm working off yours. So we're going to go back to Mayor Collier. Mayor Collier, the map that you're referring to has no divisional lines on it. Mayor Collier?
It's offline right now.
Mayor Collier? Okay. Marilyn? Oh, sorry, Councillor Crawford? Sorry, your microphone request to speak. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Are you prepared to proceed? I don't even have the motion. Okay, so the motion isn't before you. The problem is, for clarity, can you call the map up, please? Could I have map 1 up? Okay, sorry. So this is map 1. Madam Clerk, when I look at this map, I don't see any divisional lines that signify the area that the mayor is talking to. So, so after conferring with the clerk, the area that the motion that the mayor was trying to cover is the area that's in yellow. So when we read that motion, could we have the motion back up, please? Okay, the map 1, so that is the map. It would be divided in order to vote on the lands known as the Northeast Pickering 2051. So, Mr. Bridgman, the yellow square, is that what is referred to as, that's what he's referring to?
Yes, Chair. Northeast Pickering.
Councillor Chapman, you had a question? Your microphone. We'll try again.
There's, okay. Now that if it's just separating that little piece,
yes,
right, and to vote on it separately, I understand the motion. Not that I'm supporting it, but I understand the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so back, and I'm sorry if it's getting a little bit more complicated to do this. So, Councillor Crawford, are you prepared to move this motion forward? Okay. Okay. So we're trying Mayor Collier. Sorry, Mayor Collier?
Yes, I'm here, Chair.
Okay. So have you heard any of this conversation?
I heard Councillor Chapman, and I heard you ask Councillor Crawford if she's willing to move it.
So we'll, you can move it. Councillor Crawford is going to second. We're referring to the area that is on map 1 that's outlined in yellow with hex lines through it. That's the property you're talking about?
That is it.
Okay. But can we scroll the motion down, or the amendment, or the motion? It is a motion. Madam Clerk? It's a motion to divide.
Yes, Chair. It's very simply just to divide so we can vote separately.
Sorry, 1 second, please. Under the new rules, the motion to divide does have. We're going to check the new rules of procedure to make sure on the old rules you couldn't, but I believe in the new rules you can. Give us 1 second. Shall not be debated and shall not be amended. So we're and cannot include additional instructions. The ruling is in our procedural manual. Madam Clerk, you should read it.
Thank you. On a motion to divide, as per our procedural bylaw, it may be moved or seconded by any member, shall not require notice to be introduced, may be submitted orally, shall not be debated, shall not be amended, and shall not include additional instructions. May propose that one or more clauses in a motion be voted upon separately, shall require a majority vote to be adopted, and if resolved in the affirmative, shall allow for debate and voting on each clause of the motion to proceed as specified in the dividing motion and will be voted upon in an order to be determined by the chair. So there is no debate and no amending.
No debate. So we're just going to call the vote on them.
I guess we'll ask for a recorded vote, please, Chair. Just so.
Point of order.
Yes.
You've already given Councillor Crawford and Councillor Collier a very limited opportunity to debate.
Mostly to have clarification for myself.
If that's your ruling, I will support it, Mr. Chair. And I would like a recorded vote on the division.
So record a vote on the division. Call the vote now, please. The motion to divide is lost. Okay. Madam Clerk, that is all the amendments. We're now on to the main motion as amended. Record a vote called by Councillor Chapman. The main motion as amended. Okay. Oh, there's a list of speakers. Sorry. First, Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. And as I said previously, a lot of great work has gone into this. This has been years in the making. This moves our region forward in many ways, and I'm disappointed that the motion to divide didn't pass because it would have made things easier. I've been very vocal on Ajax's positions and our concerns with regards to Northeast Pickering, and I do not support that under any in any way at this time. As I said, we are in discussions with Northeast Pickering landowners. I will follow up with Mayor Ash, but at this time I'm not comfortable with that. And I do not support it. However, I don't feel that that is enough for me to not support the regional official plan as a whole. I think it does have enough good things for all of our municipalities to move forward. I am going to support it with that piece in there, and just with the hopes that the province comes through and does the right thing with the minister's zoning order that's on there right now. The minister's zoning order right now that actually only allows single family detached residences, by the way, and can't possibly meet the density targets set out in 2A even. But I know this will pass, and I don't think it's the right thing to do to not support it just because I can't support the one piece. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lee. Councillor Lee. You're on mute.
Thank you, Chair. I think you guys can hear me now. I apologize. I just want to thank staff for all the hard work they put in the past, it seems like 3 decades on this official plan. Unfortunately, I can't support it. I think I don't want to relitigate the previous decision, the big long meeting we had last time, but I think we've heard emphatically from environmental groups calling us out on the fact that we've called the climate emergency but are not backing up those words. We've heard from First Nations groups saying that, you know, on Orange Shirt Day, we are all there to support Indigenous truth and reconciliation, but on hearing them out on this important piece, we are not hearing them. We've heard from seniors, from youth, from pretty much everyone across the spectrum saying this is not a good plan that does not reflect the growing needs for our region. I think the only saving grace is that a lot of us will long be gone from this, from the earth by the time we feel the ramifications of this. But ultimately, you know, I have a son, and I represent generally a lot of the millennial voters out there who see housing as an impossibility, and we need more of it, not less of it. And we need different housing in smaller, you know, 15-minute communities, and we're not working towards that. So it's with great regret that I don't support this. It's not to undermine the work that our staff has done. I applaud it, but I think they were right the first time, and we should have supported that then. So those are my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Brenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our staff did an excellent job doing an awful lot of work. And it's not because of the lack of their work and the quality of their work. But I have to agree with my colleague from the town of Ajax, Councillor Lee, because as he said, this whole thing started when we didn't accept what our professional opinion was of our staff. And I got to give our staff credit because they had to bring forward an Envision Durham, not what they believed in the beginning, but because of an option, which was a hybrid option that did not have the consultation when it was passed. I get it, that's history. But what's not history is that the policy section, which is 5.7.8, which deals specifically with Northeast Pickering, has had numerous comments that have come in, and in particular from the Mississauga-Scugog Island First Nations. They put forward as part of this process suggestions. We talk about engaging, we talk about consulting. But if we pass this today, unfortunately, it's in entirety, we are going against what their engagement and their asks were. For example, I respect the fact that Clarington did not want to add additional lands in terms of their targets. One of the recommendations that came forward had to do with, in fact, deleting Northeast Pickering and transferring an equivalent amount of urban land across other municipalities in Durham, and they referenced Clarington. And I do respect Clarington for making the right decision. But it was an option, part of a consultation. We also know that the Mississauga Island First Nations also requested an opportunity and a cost study on losing the ecosystem services in Northeast Pickering. and the cumulative effects of assessment on the impact of Northeast Pickering in the urban area and on the Williams Treaties. We haven't addressed that. We haven't addressed the fact that whether or not we agree or disagree with what may or may not happen in Cherrywood, the truth is that we have now, if this passes, provided a blank check for development in Northeast Pickering, when in fact one of the things that should have been and could have been looked at would have been restricting the commencement of any new development in Northeast Pickering until at the very least 75% could be built out in the existing communities within the city of Pickering. And that, like it or hate it, may be Cherrywood, if that's what the province decides, but most certainly would be the rest of Seton. And then, of course, then there's the whole question about development proceeding prior to a firm and final decision pertaining to a Pickering airport. Well, I'm ecstatic if there isn't an airport, but the reality is, throughout the regional official plan, there's reference of an airport many, many times. I respect and understand that is the position of Durham Region. But yet, we could very well shoot ourselves in the head by moving forward with a decision that in fact would negatively impact, if in fact that is the decision to go forward. Yes, I know that the province of Ontario has the power to lift the MZO, which currently prohibits development in a majority part of Northeast Pickering. But on the other side of it, if this region does support an airport, then lifting the MZO by the province of Ontario because they can just do it is not going to mean that we're going to be having good, sound planning. We heard from Mr. Bridgman before when I asked a question regarding the additional pieces of land that Councillor Pickles had proposed to come into this area. And you heard his response when we talked about an airport and the impact and limiting impacts that it can have. So unfortunately, for those reasons, and for all the other reasons that my colleague, Councillor Lee, raised in terms of all the comments from every single group, whether it's the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, whether it's the Union of Farmers, and the list goes on and on and on, our own advisory committees in terms of Durham Regional Environmental Advisory Committee.
Councillor Brenner, you're at your 5 minutes.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for rambling on. I close it by saying, if a recorded vote hasn't been called, I am calling a recorded vote, and I'll be voting no, unfortunately, against the entire regional plan amendment.
Mayor Schumer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I have been struggling with the details of the plan and the process. I have very much been on the fence and have decided I have to go with my gut on this. I unfortunately will not be supporting it. There is a lot of great stuff in this plan. I want to thank staff for the many years of work they've been doing on this, and most recently with some conversations I've been having with them. They have helped. I have not fully been on the prior term. Obviously, a lot was done. Staff did a great job to bring me up on that, and Brock Township voted for scenario 4. In its decisions, and I respectfully cannot support it, and I acknowledge my colleagues here that do in fact support it. I understand why you would. There's a lot of great things in it. But lastly, and I'm not going to go into a lot of the details, some of which have already been mentioned by my colleagues, but I will mention this. There have been some comments, largely from either deputations today or through communications to members of council and staff at the region, of corrupt activities. That is not the case. I do not believe that for a minute, or I would not be sitting here. I have full faith and confidence in the members of this council to evaluate whatever comes before us for the betterment of their communities and the region as a whole. We're not going to agree on everything, but not for one moment do I think anybody is making a decision based on anything along the lines of corrupt activity. And quite frankly, the deputants and the residents who bring that up do everybody a disservice by bringing that out, because it is not true and it does not add to anybody's argument. I'm making my decision based on my evaluation, and I know everybody else will as well, and I respect those decisions and I respect those reasons. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Fast. Thank you. I just want to say that I'm really thankful that the development in Pickering did come to us and is in negotiations and talks with us in the town of Ajax. I think we've only had one meeting, and I think that it's really early stages for me to make a decision on that. And so unfortunately, as everyone else has said, there's so many good things that are happening in this plan, but I feel like staff at the initial stages advised us to go with 4A, and we turned that down, and I think there's reasons why staff did that. And so for me, I can't support the whole plan. I don't know how that works when it comes to continuing the talks with the Northeast developers. I hope it continues, but that's my comment.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. I just have a question before my comments to Mr. Bridgman. If this council were to turn down this motion, what would be the impact on the Durham region at this time?
Mr. Bridgman?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Well, for starters, the current official plan would continue to be in effect. We would be out of conformity with some of the provincial plans that we are working to bring ourselves into conformity with. We would have to bring something back to get some new instructions from council in terms of what to do. But I would remind Mr. Chair, the ministry's letter that we got on Monday, May the 8th, urging council to deal with this in this month. How far back to the drawing board we would have to go, it's hard to say right now. So we would have to give some thought and get some instructions from council.
Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you very much. My concern, and first of all, I share many of the questions and arguments of those who have previously spoken, especially regarding the Northeast Pickering developments and the Greenbelt. I have voted for item 4 the first time around and only supported 2A when all their options were eliminated. This is a hard vote, and I don't think any member of council would argue that it's not. My bottom line on this, however, is I've never been one to basically throw the baby out with the bathwater. And if we have a dispute on one portion of the official plan, and we may have a very difficult dispute on the Northeast Pickering developments, our staff have made it very clear that they don't support including the Greenbelt in this plan. So our position on the Greenbelt is solid. We oppose the inclusion. However, because we disagree with one section of the plan, it doesn't justify throwing out the entire plan. It doesn't justify throwing out the transportation array development or some of the employment lands in our rural communities so we can get jobs and long-term stability in those communities. We're looking to have opportunities for measured growth, both within the urban envelope in high density and medium density development, while still retaining some lower density development as an option in the process for balance. If you vote against this, the end result is going to be one of two things. Either we're going to send staff back to square one, and they're going to come back through the entire process again, which I think isn't going to change a heck of a lot.
We can't hear you. Madam Clerk, is he still connected? Councillor Nicholson, you're on mute.
Not on my end. Can you hear me?
We can now, but we couldn't for a while.
Okay. My concern is I don't trust the provincial government, and especially don't trust the pro-development leadership of the provincial government to look after the rights and the needs of Durham Region. Is this a perfect plan? Absolutely not. It has some weaknesses, and we've already argued these. But to simply throw the entire plan out and allow the provincial government to decide the future of Durham's growth and development, to put all the projects that are currently in the mill in a form of limbo, to block the opportunities for development of industrial lands in communities that need industrial lands, it doesn't strike me as being, on the balance, a positive step. I know people want to make the statement that they don't support certain things. And I would suggest to you, your comments at this council, your comments at your own local councils, your comments at the previous vote have made your position clear. No one will question where you stood on the Greenbelt. No one will question where you stood on the Pickering development lands. But to simply throw this out as a form of statement to get on the record is simply to repeat what you've said previously. We know where you stand, and I simply urge you, don't throw out the entire document and all the progress because you disagree with one part. I don't think that's prudent. I don't think that's the way this region has historically undertaken development. We all have voted against or for projects one way or the other, but we don't throw out the entire plan because we disagree with one portion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I am going to speak in favor of this, and I have 5 points to make, and I'll make them concise. First of all, every single person I answered an email or a Facebook message or a phone call from had no idea what the White Belt meant. None of them. And every single person, after I described what the White Belt was, how it was set up 30 years ago and what its intent was, had no disagreement afterward. None. So that's a big source of misunderstanding still in many segments of the community. So that's the first point. The second point is the Greenbelt comprises 80% of the land mass of Durham Region, and that's where the 264,000 acres of farmland are contained. Yes, there's tenant farming going on within the White Belt because the vast majority of those lands are privately owned now, and they're tenant farmed, and I know because my two of my brothers-in-law do tenant farming. But those lands are expected to be developed sometime. The next point is that the National Heritage System was first raised and discussed positively early in 2022. That's part of the Envision Durham document. If we pass this, those natural heritage systems are protected forever, same as the Greenbelt. Forever is a long time, but let's just say they're protected to 2051 and beyond. That's a long time. So the whole piece about the Oak Ridges Moraine or creeks and rivers or heritage woodlots, they're all staying. They're not going anywhere, and they're not part of the White Belt. They are extricated out. They're located within, but they are not part of the White Belt. The next point is I remember when I was working at Durham College and I still lived in Toronto, I'd drive out along the 401, and it was long after I had moved out here. I'd still come from Toronto out along the 401, And you get to the other side of Pickering, and there'd be farmland or open land, all of it. You drive now, it's all built up. Ajax, except for the conversions that were granted by this council, is tapped out. They have no expansion. But Pickering, Whitby, Oshawa, and Clarington do. Why? Because they have white belt lands. That's what they're set aside for. So now, I'd like to just say that any land that's going to be developed now is not part of the white belt. It's already in the pipeline. And how do we know this? Because staff brought forward a report that said 15 of the largest, but not all, 15 of the largest municipalities in Ontario out of 444 have stated that in the pipeline right now they have 1.2 million homes scheduled to be built. So out of the other 429 municipalities, they can't come up with 300,000. And here's the key point. In Durham, none of that is in the Envision Durham document. This document takes us past the 1.5 million homes for the next 30 years. You have to plan ahead. And why? Because the government of Canada has raised the immigration rate, or they'd like to, if they haven't done it already, from 225,000 immigrants per year plus 50,000 refugees, which they have, I used to teach this at Durham, which they have had since 1953. And now they want to raise it to 500,000 immigrants a year. Out of all those people, year after year after year, 60% of them came to the GTA. They're going to have to live somewhere. But it's how we create the housing to allow them to live. If you look at scenario 2A, what does it do? It decreases the low density, decreases the high density, and greatly increases the medium density, which is where the affordable housing is. And that's what a lot of people are talking about. Where's the affordable housing going to be? We're going to provide for that for the next 30 years. Can you imagine a situation where almost 50% were high-rise in a previous scenario? 5 out of every 10 for the next 30 years are going to be apartments? That's not the best quality of life, but you have to have some. So, I guess the last point is, to summarize this, we're set to go. We have enough land registered now to meet the provincial targets. This document is about setting us up for the next 30 years, protecting the natural heritage system and protecting the green belt. We should conduct the vote. Let's get this through. Thank you.
Mayor Watt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Nicholson asked one of my questions, but I'll reverse that, and I will ask the question, knowing that Bill 23, Bill 97 are forthcoming, that an airport study is forthcoming, and knowing that probably many of the councillors here don't agree with the entire draft plan. Should this be approved, what would the next steps be then?
Brian?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps if I could ask Mayor Watton to clarify, what would be the next steps?
So, for example, say Mayor Collier didn't agree with one portion of it, and this is going to get approved, and it's part of it. What are the next steps for that portion of it, for example?
Thank you. The approval of this plan sets in motion a few things. It starts to advance servicing studies to talk about how some of these new growth areas will be serviced, and that will be a way out, a ways away out in terms of years. The new plan also contains some detailed policies about the type of work and study and et cetera that will need to occur before development will occur in these new growth areas. So yes, things aren't expected to occur anytime soon. There's a whole series of planning that will need to take place. And with respect to Northeast Pickering in particular, again, Mr. Chair, I'd make reference to that Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing letter that they raised, the fact that there's a minister's zoning order on there since 1972, and the process to remove or amend an MZO has some complexity to it.
So just further to that then, and just for my own clarity, even with approval of this draft official plan, we can expect that once it goes to the province, that there will be changes that will be forthcoming. Is that fair to say that we can expect that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure. I'm aware of a case where a plan has gone to the province for approval and it hasn't been tweaked in some way, shape, or form. But, I will say that I was pleasantly surprised, I guess, by the letter that they didn't raise more than beyond what they had identified in the letter. So it seems like, from what we can tell so far, we're not too far off base.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a couple of comments. First of all, we heard again today the litany of personal attacks, and good on you, Mayor Schumer, for calling people out for using terms like corruption. And I say that again, good on you, Mayor, for doing that, because it's fine to disagree with people's opinions. It's a whole other thing to suggest that their motivation is not their true beliefs and what they think's best for their community. Because I think everyone in this room thinks they're doing what's best for their community. And I think the level of debate when we use personal attacks and corruptions are not helpful for the movement of public policy. So again, good on you, Mayor. Mayor Collier mentioned, as did Councillor Crawford, about recent meetings between city staff at Pickering and Ajax about our secondary plan and our real desire to work in partnership with the landowners to mitigate any downstream issues that are of legitimate concern to the town of Ajax. And I look forward to working with our staff and the political leaders in Ajax to achieve that. A lot of people have talked about what if we don't do it, or what if we don't approve it. I can tell you, and the commissioner just talked about, will the province make changes? Well, yes, the province makes changes. They did it in Waterloo. They extended urban boundaries. They did it in Hamilton against council's wishes. They extended urban boundaries. And just last Friday, they issued an MZO for the city of Mississauga on the Lakeview project, which has been in planning for 10 years. 10 years. Northeast Pickering's been in the plan for 30 years. So I think, and Northeast Pickering is not and has not ever been in the Greenbelt. As Councillor Kerr gave us in his professor-like tutorial today on White Belt, that's exactly what it was in the White Belt. Some argue that doesn't mean it's meant to be developed, but many of us think that that's a protection to have a second look at it. I really think it's important that we as a council pass this today and deal with the province and control our own destiny. I've always talked about choices in housing. I talked about it again today with one of the delegates about the biggest election issue we had was about 75 condos. It wasn't about Northeast Pickering. It wasn't about the airport. It wasn't about Cherrywood and the Greenbelt. It was about over-intensification. People just simply don't want this. We need options. People want houses. Against Professor Kerr, again rightly points out that 500,000 new Canadians come to Canada every year. 300,000 come to GTA. We have almost 450,000 non-resident coming to Canada as well, mostly foreign students. So we need them a place to work. And I'm also delighted that a number of councillors brought forward the conversion to employment, because not only do we have to house people, we have to give them employment. So I urge all my colleagues here on council to support this today And I know a number have asked for recorded vote, but I'd like mine on the record.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Neal.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is, and through you to staff, are there not a number of federal programs to bring housing forward? And where are we with that? Like, I thought there was the Rapid Housing Program, the Accelerated Housing Program, and where are we with the federal? I know there's the provincial government that's been mentioned, but what about that? And I think it's being discussed at the House of Commons, probably as we speak.
Our CA will respond.
Yes, the most recent federal program is the Housing Accelerator Fund. The way it is structured in two-tier government, it's the lower tier that has to apply. Our planning staff, led by the commissioner, and our government relations staff have been meeting with each of the local municipalities to determine where there may be applications, and we would certainly provide all the support that we can with respect to the applications. The deadline is, I think, July 1st, and we are anticipating having at least one, if not two, applications.
So, in other words, there is something coming forward. So, like, I'm not comfortable if we're talking about shortage of housing in this document, and if we're talking making affordable housing, et cetera, and all those other buzzwords, and it's not being, it's not really being discussed today, and I just heard from you about, through the chair, in regards to federal programs, I'm not comfortable voting for this today, like at this time, and having, I'm in the rural part of Oshawa, of course, so my constituents are rural residents, so I'm not comfortable with the protections that are in this document for those residents. Probably my feelings about Northeast Pickering, I'll let the Pickering councillors, they got their handfuls with that. But I mean, I will not be in support of this. Thank you very much.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. Glad it's working. So really appreciate all the work that's on here. We started this journey in 2018. Great to see all the work from staff, the feedback from residents, and support from all the community. So really grateful to support the plan as we have it as presented. Grateful that, again, we're supporting that we don't want to have the land Greenbelt. I understand the province is pushing it on us, but at least our plan is stating that we don't. We have the support of transit-oriented development, expansion of and growth in our intensification corridors, and giving us the flexibility to have the types of homes that people want and bring them out to Durham. Another critical reason why I think we need to support this is, just as has been stated earlier, around the province has sent us the comments that they're supportive of what we have and are hoping to look us to pass it, because if we don't, we run the risk that they're going to pass whatever they want, override some of the comments that we have, and make decisions that we're not going to be all comfortable with. So I know not everything in it is perfect, but I think it's the right approach. It's taken a lot of time, a lot of feedback, a lot of effort, fully supportive, and I'm hoping to see it passed here today. Thank you.
Councillor Wu.
Yeah, thank you, and through the chair. And again, I want to reiterate what everybody has said about thanks to staff for all the work that you've put into this. Again, a new on council, and I don't think anybody, when they were campaigning, had seen this Bill 23 coming right at us. So I give staff a lot of credit. I'm pretty sure that you've had to pivot, you've had to adjust, and here we are today. Now, I did have a question about the provincial policy statement. That was something that was brought out, and I think there is a report coming forward. But again, April 6th, the commenting period is July 5th, and hope to bring it into force in 2023. Now, there have been a lot of comments made by some that we should pause this, vote it down, send it back. Now, if we are to do that, right now, we're dealing with the present provincial policy statement. I'm just curious if you could comment, if we are to send it back, And if we do fall under the new regime of the new provincial policy statement, can you give us an idea what we might be, the unintended consequences? Let's call it that.
Mr. Bridgman?
Thank you for that question through you, Mr. Chair. Well, firstly, the unintended consequences would just be the delay itself. And the significance of that, Councillor, is that area municipalities, Clarington included, are in need of this document to be approved so that they can commence their sort of updated official plans. This provides a framework for them. They have, you know, when we've engaged with lower tier staff, they've asked us, yes, we need this work. We want you to continue. So there's that. With regard, it's actually called the new provincial planning statement. We're used to calling it the provincial policy statement, but for some reason they've changed the word to provincial planning statement. But it's significantly different than what we've got now. What I mean, Mr. Chair, is the fact that this new provincial planning statement combines the growth plan. So here we have, this is the growth plan that we've been working with. It basically eliminates this, rolls in much of the content into one singular document. But in doing that, it does take away some of the forecast, the density targets, and that we've been following. So it's far less understood. I don't know where we would begin. So just bear in mind, Councillor, too, I'll just go through some of those dates. The commenting period is June the 6th, June the 5th, pardon me. And so there's a Planning and ECDEV committee meeting on the 6th. We'll have a report for that meeting, but we will be sending comments to the province in advance to meet the deadline and letting them know that they're not council endorsed comments, but as soon as they are in the June council meeting, we'll send them along and we'll see if they're the same or slightly different. But it would be quite an undertaking, and I don't even know where it would start. So, Mr. Chair, all to say, our staff recommendation is that we press on with this plan under the rules that we're working with and have been working with for many years, and get it done based on the planning framework that we know today. It's a good, solid framework to guide the growth and development that the region can expect to see in the future, and from that standpoint, we're pretty happy with it.
Yeah, and if I could follow that up and through the chair, Mayor Ash had mentioned some of the, like Waterloo, some of the other areas where the government has stepped in. If this were to be delayed, is that a possibility?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say it's a possibility. Again, thinking about the provincial letter, it's a policy, rather a possibility that the province could step in and impose something on the region, and I don't think that's a good outcome.
So if we are to move forward, I guess it would be better that we control our own destiny rather than have someone else dictate to us, and I say dictate to us, how our planning should be moved ahead. So thank you to you and your staff.
Councillor Yamada?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Commissioner Bridgman. Commissioner, from what I've been hearing in the room here today, some of my colleagues are not going to be supporting this regional official plan due to the fact that, well, the motion failed to divide, the issue with the Carruthers Creek. If there were to be, can you answer first how long a time frame for servicing Northeast Pickering?
The HVAC above makes it hard for me to hear at times. So I'm sorry, could you maybe...
How long would it take to service Northeast Pickering?
To service Northeast Pickering?
Or to start servicing.
To start
Northeast
servicing.
Pickering. Sorry, I phrased that wrong.
All I can, without work staff here, from previous conversations I've had with them, it's I'd say 8, 10 or so years. It seems to be in that time frame from what I'm hearing.
If we were to look at restricting development on that land until Cherrywood and Seaton were 50% built out, how long do you think that would take to start servicing?
Well, I mean, Mr. Chair, given the condition already with the with the minister's zoning order that's on there, with the lack of services in the time, and there are other policies in the plan that would need to be addressed. It seems to me that in the scheme of things, there's enough controls that exist either at the air municipal level and the regional level through servicing and other things that we've got an opportunity to make sure that development is sequential in nature and can properly be accommodated.
Because I'm happy to see in this regional official plan that there is reference to the new regional hospital and that it be in the area of 407 and 412 where the independent panel did come up with their recommendation. I would hate to see this new hospital wind up in Verrain due to the fact that the servicing, that we don't look to protect that location. And so I will move an amendment that the lands on, or the development of Northeast Pickering be restricted until 50% of Cherrywood and Seaton have been built out.
Mr. Chair, if I just a quick comment about 50% of Cherrywood, I just have to make the point, and as we've tried to capture in the official plan, that because of the way the provincial announcement was worded, that if certain milestones aren't met, that the lands could be returned to the Greenbelt. That is, it would have to be in council's mind in terms of it's not all the way there yet in terms of whether the whole thing will actually ever build out, as well as the other parcels in Durham.
Okay, I'll withdraw that, Mr. Chair. But again, I am happy to see that the hospital has been referenced here in the official plan. I think it was a fair process. And I know residents in the areas that are being underserved today are looking forward to having healthcare services closer to home. Thank you.
Councillor Mulcahy.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'll be brief as it's been a long day, but I didn't want the day to go by without thanking our staff personally for all the work that they've done on this file. This has been a very large undertaking, and I know that we may not have always agreed all the way along. They have done their job well, and I want to thank my colleagues, especially Mayor Schumer, for his words earlier today. That meant a great deal to me, and to you, Chair, for running this professionally. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shahid.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I too want to really thank members of our staff who've really worked hard to make me understand what Envision Durham is all about, and being a member of our standing committee at Planning and Economic Development, we've gone through a lot of stuff together to have a better understanding. I'd like to thank Mayor Schumer on really pointing out the work that is done here, which is very evident to the fact that we listen to everything that is going on. To Councillor Kerr, thank you so much for your 5-point comments there. It really did hone down the message right on what we are exactly trying to do with Envision Durham. And to all of the delegates who've come here, thank you so much for bringing your point. I will be supporting it because I feel that it's the right thing to do. It's to be on the driving seat where we as regional councillors can really stir in the right direction and not let anybody else dictate us. And that'll be all. And thank you again to staff one more time.
Councillor Chapman. Close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I'm going to start on behalf of the Planning and Economic Development Committee to thank staff as everybody else has done. But I want to say a couple points. Our staff are very, very professional. They've responded to over 700. They put it in a book for me because I'm the chair, right? And I asked them to, but over 700 comments through emails, letters, phone calls, and all that. That's just the ones that I counted up. Very professional in doing that. Talking about their first recommendation and the fact that this council changed part of that, our staff are professional enough that they understand that how that works. Their job is to do their job, give us a professional recommendation, and it's this body that makes that decision and has those discussions. And I know for a fact in dealing with them that they accept that because that's how it works. I also want to thank all the people that did write in for comments, and that's just the ones that came through Envision Durham and to planning, because I'm sure every councillor here got some of their own that maybe didn't go through that route, that it came directly to you or to you and everybody else on council making comments. I got some for and against, a lot of them against, and I would thank the people that came out today and give us their opinions. We did hear them, but our job is not necessarily to say, okay, there's 25 people that don't like this, so we better not vote for it, we better not support it. Our job is to look at that and say, what do we believe, giving all the facts that we have? I mean, this is quite a lengthy document. Took Dan 3 days to read it, I know, but to go through it piece by piece. A lot of council members I know contacted the staff to ask questions, to have explanations. I personally had a lot of phone calls with Colleen, thank you, Colleen, about asking some of these questions. Because we listened to the people, we read the correspondence, we looked at all those comments, at least I did, and read through them to see what the people were saying, what the comments were for or against. Sometimes staff agreed with them and said, yeah, this could be done, or you can find this here, or no, this is why we can't do this. And then it's our job to take all that stuff, including the delegations today, the comments of the rest of this council, and to make up our mind as to whether we vote yes or no, whether we push green or red on a recorded vote. That's our job. And for that, I also want to thank this council, because this day went very smoothly. Good chairmanship, Mr. Chair. You did a very good job, and the clerks, of course, always do a good job. And keeping things, we moved in an orderly fashion. People had their say for or against. We had the votes for or against. They were accepted. You have no other choice. They're accepted. You move something and it got defeated. That's how democracy works. You move something that got accepted, then that's great. But this plan, like every other municipal official plan, is not perfect. And if anybody can point to me any municipality in the province of Ontario that has a perfect official plan that every one of their residents and businesses thinks that it's just terrific, boy, I'll take them out to dinner, because I don't think you're going to find it anywhere, right? It's not perfect. Some people are going to vote no today because they don't agree with pieces of it. Some people are going to vote yes because they're looking at the whole thing as a whole, that we need to get this done. We're behind the deadline, as our commissioner has told us 2 or 3 times, and we need to get it into the province. But we've now, if we pass this, which I'm hopeful that we will, we are telling the province, this is what we want as an official plan. And all the speculation that has come is that the province can do this, the province will do this, the province will do that. Maybe so, but that's out of our control. We have no control in this, but we have a say in it by passing this document. We have a say in it to say, hey, and when their staff, the provincial staff, comes back to our staff and says, wait a minute, we want to change something, or this doesn't work, or whatever, our staff have our position to defend, and then, of course, like here, somebody at a higher level is going to make a decision and send it back to us with the final version that we're going to have to work with, and that our staff are going to work with, and who's ever here on the following councils up to 2051 or until the next regional official plan is. So I think everybody deserves a thank you for the input into this, and I want to thank you, and I asked for a recorded vote already, and I would hope that all of council would support this, and let's get on with it and move it on to the province. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Madam Chair, Chair, it's been a long day. Madam Clerk, you don't want this job, no. The recorded vote was called. Do we know who called the recorded vote? Councillor Chapman? Okay. When you're ready, I call the vote. Okay, so the vote is 20 to 6. It carries. Councillor Chapman, you need to present the supplementary motion regarding conformity. No, sorry. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, so it's already been dealt with through the course of the meeting. Yeah. I'm going by my scripted notes, sorry. So now I will go to Mayor Ash to do the bylaws, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's moved by myself and second by Councillor Barton that bylaw number 38, 2023 as amended be passed, and that be dated on the 17th day of May, 2023.
Okay, on the bylaw, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Mayor Ash, the confirming bylaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's moved by myself, again second by Councillor Barton, that bylaw number 39, 2023 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Municipality, Regional Municipality of Durham at their meeting held on the 17th day of May 2023 be passed.
Okay, thank you. That's not to the confirming, okay, I've got it figured out. Okay, on the confirming bylaw, all those in favor? In opposition? That carries. Before I call for the final note, Mr. Bridgman, to your entire team, thank you for the great work you have done. Today's agenda was over 400 pages, not including all the work that was done beforehand. So congratulations. It was a lot of great work, and we just, on behalf of council, I want to say thank you. To the clerks, thank you. But Roger, up in the booth there, he controls the online portion of the meeting. There was a lot of delegations today that spoke online. Roger, thank you for keeping the meeting moving, and you did an awesome job today. The last thing on my list, Madam Clerk, the business for the day is done, is adjournment. Councilor Miriam Pietri has moved adjournment, and we'll go to Councilor Yamada for the seconder on adjournment. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Have a wonderful day.